Hello, to whom this may concern. It's a busy night. Busy night. Just getting a lot of things done. That's still. Don't think I got everything done. Okay, mic's on. Yep. Oh, it's so Sunday. This has been the most Sunday that's ever Sundayed. Also, I don't think the folds of my Oodie are quite right. Come on, Oodie. Fix my booty. There we go. Kinda? Wait. Fucking hell. I don't went wrong what went wrong here, but this is not right. It's flooped up in a weird way, so it's just uncomfortable. It's digging into the small of my back. Maybe I need to sit on it. Hang on a sec. Fuck. Alright, okay. Yeah, sitting on it feels a lot better. Get it under your bum cheeks. Like a soft pillow for your tuchus. That's the lower half of your Oodie. There we go. Time to let the princess juice do its work. Mmm. Mmm. Okay. Whoo! Oh, that's good. Yeah, more. I had a McDonald's coffee, a latte, a little earlier. I was worried if making another coffee right now would be overkill, but I think it's been long enough. I accidentally had one of those sleeps where you miss breakfast and lunch and you basically just have one big dinner to basically capsulate the entire day. That one meal, that was the entire day in one meal. That's all I got to do. A little bit of coffee, a little bit of Tim Tams later. Just as a nightcap. That's all you need. All right. Couple of interesting things happened. Not too much, but I've got a bunch of stuff that I can sit on. That I can catch up on. So good. I don't want to make it a late one or a long one today. I did start a little late, but whatever. Here's the thing. I may as well start with something that, sorry, I'm enjoying this. I may as well dive right into something that, is not really that exciting anymore, but I'm still keen for it. Deadpool and Wolverine. There's another trailer. They haven't been releasing, they haven't been doing the teaser, official trailer 1, official trailer 2, where you get like a lot more shit per trailer. Teaser whets your appetite. You get a bit of the tone, a bit of a hint as to what might be coming. Trailer 1, you get like a big 3-act dump of what the whole movie's about. Trailer 2, essentially the same thing, but you get even more of that, and to the point where there's not really any mystery of the film left. Deadpool's been a weird one. I feel like every single trailer for Deadpool has been another teaser. Every single trailer feels like a long teaser, a trailer-length teaser, where they don't really show. They always show a little bit more, like some new dialogue, a new part of a scene we've already seen, where like Deadpool says something else to Wolverine we haven't heard yet. But that's it. I feel like we've seen way too many trailers, but they haven't really shown much of the movie at all. We just keep seeing variations of the same stuff from the same scenes. The first trailer drop after the teaser. We got that teaser that didn't show Wolverine. There was a lot more to it than we expected. The first trailer drop after that was probably the most new footage we ever got in one big hit. But then, ever since then, we've just been getting like, I don't know, I guess trailer remixes. And they won't fucking stop. And now this one, I saw it just yesterday pop up. 1 minute long. They're now titling the trailers. Like, this one's called Deadpool and Wolverine Nice. Like, nice. Like, they just have subtitles. Instead of trailer 1, trailer 2, trailer 3. So, this is what I mean. Like, I don't feel like we need to watch these trailers anymore because it's just variations of the same shit with a new dialogue joke or visual chucked in there somewhere. Like a hint at a cameo or whatever. But I feel like we're just circling and circling at this point. I feel it's getting to a dangerous point where we might oversaturate ourselves with Deadpool and Wolverine before the movies even had a chance to happen, which would be unfortunate. I don't want that. Let me get over here. Yeah, considering what we've been getting from these trailers, I feel like we don't need anymore. We don't need to watch anymore, but since they keep giving it to us, I guess I will, but I'll be happy if they just stopped and, you know, we're going to be at the movie anyway. I mean, who are you still convincing at this point? The description say anything about why we have a new trailer? Does not. Just says ready to risk everything. Okay. June 28th. 2 days ago. I noticed it yesterday. So, I was 1 day late to notice it, 2 days late to actually get to it. Where's the sound? Oh, you know what I didn't do? I didn't activate voice meter. Voice meter. Get a whole lot. Close that. Voice meter. Switch to Boobala.
I'm about to lose it.
Okay. It's working. Let me just give it a second because it's going to pop up with a control window any second now. La 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 la. Come on, I know you're coming. There it is. Blip, blip. All right.
I'm about to lose everything that I've ever cared about, and I have no idea how to save it. But you do.
Trust me, kid, I'm no hero.
This Wolverine let down his entire world.
Well, my entire world needs
that guy's nose is suddenly
Shake
broken.
Ah, nicked it. Just got the tip with your little steak knife. This is what I'm talking about. Big slow motion action sequence. Who knows if you live or die?
I feel like
Who's next?
gore got upgraded.
Oh my God. Sabretooth.
Ready to die.
Wait. Time! You look ridiculous. People have waited decades for this fight. It's not gonna be easy. Baby knife, you shoot the double.
Is his mouth
you
even
take him
moving?
down, side control, then full mount, and you ground and pound till he makes no sound because he's dead.
Shut the fuck up.
Oh my God. Okay, good luck. I'm a huge fan.
Okay.
Rated R.
I mean, it's kind of even more like what I just said before we even watched this. The first half of that trailer was just a quick remix of everything we've seen before. And then the last half was really just one entire bit of a scene from that same location we keep seeing. Ah. It's weird seeing old school Sabretooth again. From like the original X-Men films. I don't know, he kind of looks more ridiculous than I remember him. I mean, that is exactly what he looked like, but let me just put my seat up a bit. Oh, is that too up? No, that's fine. This might actually get a little uncomfortable after a while. Yeah, I think I just, I like Liev Schreiber, man. I miss Liev Schreiber. I liked him as Sabretooth. But I think it's not because he was a comic accurate Sabretooth. I think it's because I just like Liev Schreiber. He just was really cool as Sabretooth. Maybe both Liev Schreiber and that guy will show up as alternate Sabretooths in the movie. You could do that in a Deadpool film. That has to do with multiverse jumping. It wouldn't really surprise me. It's like a little rap. There's that fog. Ooh, wait. We got some interesting shots here. Look at this. That's that Loki smog monster that eats everything at the end of time. Looks like it's about to consume that giant dead Ant-Man corpse. So that location gets eliminated. That's new. This is new as well. I don't recall his nose being broken. I'm guessing maybe Wade does that at some point to escape. Or to do something sus at the TVA. Take over maybe. There's a little bit of salt and pepper in Hugh's beard and moustache. It's actually pretty cool seeing his Wolverine's suit gauntlets that the claws come out. It's so awesome. It's not terribly easy to piece together when scenes happen in relation to each other in this film. Everything is so fucking random. Dog pool. Gross. I feel like these gore effects have had some extra work since the first trailers. It's looking a little more real. These poor TVA agents get wrecked. I mean, for whatever reason, the TVA is currently getting slaughtered by Deadpool. It's probably the same reason why that guy's nose is broken in that scene. Okay, who's getting blasted here? Random mooks. Cool stunt. That would look like a real stunt. So here's Pyro's Fox refugee group. I'm guessing Pyro's in command for whatever reason. Is that him on the left? Might be. There's a cupcake van. I'm guessing they drive that around the wasteland. Hey, Sabretooth. Who else is here? Someone's actually in the sugar wagon. God, the music getting stuck in my head. Sabretooth doesn't look like he's aged at all. God, he's all stabbed. Porcupined. I'm guessing, like, on the actual set, Ryan Reynolds probably just had to mime pulling stuff out of him so they could CG that stuff in later. Poor CG teams. So much work. At least they're actually on locations, though. They don't have to put, like, in all the backgrounds. Although there's probably still a lot of CG work going on back there to fill in detail. There's Sabretooth. I'm trying to catch other characters, but they're all out of focus and look like red shirts. Here they come. I know what's going on back there. I think there's a guy inside one of those spiky spheres. And there's a pirate ship all the way back there. And a shield, not a helicarrier, but the smaller ones. The smaller hover helicopters. I don't know what to call them. That launch from the helicarriers themselves. Unless it's so far away that that's actually one of the helicarriers, I can't tell. There is a massive something over there. I can see a spine. Maybe it's Paul Rudd's skeleton, his actual body. R for strong bloody violence, language, gore, and sexual references. Oh, of course. Of course. Of course. Of course. Not much else to see. Oh, well, there you go. I'm guessing they're not going to stop. I doubt they're going to... Oh, this is way too upright. Hang on. Can we go one notch back? Okay, that's a little better. I can come forward that way. I'm guessing they're not going to stop releasing trailers. If they're going to do one more, like, the movie's about to come out, get your tickets now trailer, make that, like, the last final hurrah and actually show us something. Like a more coherent plot trailer. But I think they want to keep a lot of the secrets under hat for the film. Because they're probably going to drop a lot of fan servicey stuff that works better if you only know about it when you first experience it in the movie. Like, the more this is spoiled for you, the more it takes away from the film. There's nothing wrong with a film that basically just rides on fan service. I know a lot of people frown on that, but, like, so what? Just let it ride. Why not? Just do it. There's fans that like to be serviced. I'm a fan of certain things. When I'm being serviced by the things that I like, I'm digging it. I don't complain. I don't go, oh, this ain't cinema. I have a good time. So just do the thing. It is a shame that, like, because it's such a shallow exercise, fan service media, it is a bit of a shame at how easy that that Tower of Cards falls. Like, just enough spoilers and bad press online can really, like, destroy an experience like that. Because you really have to go in fresh and experience that stuff in the moment. Otherwise, like, the impact's lost and all you're left with is a neutered fan service. Impotent fan service, which is no fun. Okay. What else is big? Sorry, I'm still... Deadpool stuck that song in my head and I can't get it out. It's really frustrating. It's gonna destroy me. Oh. Yes, here we go. Robert Eggers' Nosferatu. Remake? Reboot? Version? Cover? Don't know what to call it. Excuse me. Yeah, so, like, going all the way back to the original Nosferatu. This is not like a vampire movie or a Dracula movie. This is a new take on the Nosferatu black and white film. And who better to do it than Nosferatu? Nosferatu? Sorry, Robert Eggers. I flipped their names in my head. The director and the vampire. Robert Eggers, the dude behind The Witch and The Lighthouse. And the recent Viking one with Skarsgård, whatever that was called. I think he's a great choice for Nosferatu. A gothic tale of obsession between a haunted young woman and a terrifying vampire infatuated with her, causing untold horror in its wake. I think the good thing about Nosferatu that... Okay, here. Check this out. There's a good reason why Nosferatu is a good idea to do now. I think vampires and Dracula myth stuff have been too aggrandized, too sexualized for too long. Like, ever since Interview with the Vampire. Like, if Interview with the Vampire was one of the originators of how we think about vampires now, that is the beginnings of what eventually became things like Twilight, with sparkly, sexy young boy vampires. Nosferatu goes back to when vampires were creatures. Like, Nosferatu itself is an ugly thing. There's still an element of vampiric hypnosis in terms of seducing its prey. But Nosferatu is a creature. And I think that's a good idea to go back to now, is go back to the time when vampires were just, you know, disgusting creatures, actual monsters, and play into the gothic horror of that. And when you combine that idea with Robert Eggers as a director, as a writer-director, his tone, his style Oh my god. There's no way this is not going to be good.
Come to me. Come to me. Hear my call. Come to me.
What would you call him the Nosferatu? You crazy bitch?
My dreams grow darker. Does evil come from within us? Or from beyond?
Both. God, Willem Dafoe fits into this period so well. What a look. Oh, look what it is. He just came from the Nicolas Cage Dracula movie.
He is coming. He is coming to us.
That man just crunched a dove.
He's coming.
Who is coming to my child?
Looked like she was coming. Women are really getting off on the idea of Nosferatu showing up. I didn't feel like saying coming again.
We are here encountering the vampire.
The vampire.
Nosferatu.
Ooh. No one better cast to pronounce Nosferatu's name out loud on celluloid than Willem Dafoe. Nosferatu. Oh, he chewed that name up. God, that was good. Ooh! Tasty. There's no way that's not going to be a good movie. It's locked in. It is locked in. You can see the Nosferatu, the original... Hang on. The original thumb... Oh, you can't because I'm over it. Wait. Shit. Down the bottom there. Top left corner. Why is my face over it? Wait a minute. There you go. Top left corner. Original Nosferatu. Look at that gremlin. The thing is, I think Bill Skarsgård is the one that's playing Nosferatu. So, I don't know how to feel about that. Bill Skarsgård's kind of a sexy man. He was just in that Crow remake, and he looked kind of smexy in that too. You know what I mean? I don't know. Official trailer for Red... Oh, yeah, Red 1. Ugh. What else is popping? Top 20 most hated movie endings. I don't know what Alkahest is. Let's keep that. Sorry, I got distracted by the relateds. Yeah, we're in for a good time. God, Willem Dafoe looks so... Like, he's the one really popping out to me. What's that actor's name? The young guy that we just saw in there. Are the actors' names in the trailer? Succumb to the Darkness, Christmas 2024. It's coming out Christmas? God damn. Let me look it up. He was just in the Nick Cage vampire movie. Yep, Bill Skarsgård, Count Orlok, Willem Dafoe, Professor Albin, Lily Rose Depp, Ellen Hutter, Anne Harding, Emma Corrin, Nicholas Hoult. That's who I was looking for. Nicholas Hoult fits into that era really well as well. Aaron Taylor Johnson's in the movie, but who is he? Friedrich Harding, Dr. Wilhelm, Ralph Ineson, Simon McBurney, Hernock, Stacey Thunes, head nurse. She's probably gonna get eaten. She gonna get eaten. Will it be black and white? The film was shot to look like it was shot in black and white while allowing a few colors, especially blue, to come through in the frame. So it's not technically in black and white. I mean, we just saw it. It was very monochromatic. Yeah, there's a very stark, contrasty monochromaticness to it. It either looks silvery blue or it has like an amber lit by flame look to it. Is that Willem Dafoe? Oh, he's chewing scenery. He's burning down Nosferatu's crypt. Nicholas Hoult. Check out this fucking poster. Oh. Bill Skarsgård, Lily Rose Depp. They're the only two that get poster billing. That's fine, whatever. I'm still all over that. It's Willem Dafoe for me. That's a sick poster, though. It might disappoint people that are thinking it's going to be in full black and white. I saw a picture a moment ago of... Where was it? Is that what Bill Skarsgård's going to look like as Nosferatu? Orlok? They might have got that from some set photos. Either that or someone photoshopped it up, I'm not sure. I'm not seeing any official photography releases. That might be him as well. No, that's old. That's from something older. Because the article is, surprisingly, Robert Eggers' remake of Willem Dafoe isn't Willem Dafoe's first Nosferatu movie. So that must be from an older remake. Oh, Shadow of the Vampire. It's a Sci-Fi Channel horror movie about the making of the movie Nosferatu. And Willem Dafoe was Nosferatu in that. There he is. Wow, he can really play any role in this movie. He's got it. Fuck, look at that. You know, if you hadn't have told me, I wouldn't have recognized that as Willem Dafoe. Not at all. I can't tell which of these posters are meant to be real and which ones are fan-made. I really hope this main one that I just looked at, full screen, I hope this is real. Because that is sick. I like that a lot. Oh, yeah. Gonna take you there. If you haven't seen The Lighthouse by Robert Eggers, definitely watch The Lighthouse. That's the movie. It looks like a black and white arty-farty type thing, but it's so good. This is the scariest scene ever in Nosferatu. The thing is, the original Nosferatu is dated enough that even if it was like the scariest thing ever back then, it doesn't really have the same effect by today's standards, but I mean, as a product of its time, you know, give it its due. Alright. Let me put this to the side. I might check that out later. Bloop. I don't feel like looking at the Red One trailer. Oh, damn it. I probably should. It's just, I've heard too much bullshit from the behind the scenes of that and Dwayne Johnson's behavior that I just kind of don't care about the movie. I'm just kind of like, fuck it. But I probably should check it out. I don't know. I will, but let me just sit on it for a while. Let's just do something else in the meantime. Okay. This is something out of the ordinary that I wouldn't normally do on my stream. Because I'm normally looking at gaming and movie-related stuff. Not politics, but everyone keeps bringing up the election debate recently between Trump and Biden. We all knew it was coming. It was a big deal. It was an out of ordinary deal. This was hosted and ran specifically by CNN just to make this happen, since it wasn't going to on its own. It was very controlled because of the clusterfuck that was the last time those two debated. If you remember, the rules were a little too lax, so a large chunk of the debate was basically Trump talking over everybody, including the host, who's meant to be controlling the proceedings, and basically making a mockery of the whole thing by acting like a 2-year-old. And it served no purpose. Basically fucking tanked the whole thing. It was okay. It was awesome for one reason. There was one moment in that debate where Trump wouldn't shut the fuck up. He was rambling on about something, and Biden turned around and said, he said something like, "Will you shut up, man?" And that got a big belly laugh out of me. He said what everyone was thinking. It's just great that it came out of him. Good days. I don't know if we're getting anything that fun from this one, but everyone keeps telling me to check it out, or to check out some highlights or a top 10 moments of, or anything, because apparently it was an absolute clusterfuck of a thing. But here's the thing: we knew it was going to be a clusterfuck. Everyone's known that. They're both super fucking old. One of them in particular acts, more old than what people are comfortable with in a belligerent and potentially incompetent way. And that's what most of the other side of the fence is just always harping on about. Like, that's their whole deal, is just the age thing and the potential for that to lead to incompetence or belligerence. Fair enough. And we all knew the other person is a bigoted, fascist, lying, racist, narcissistic, self-possessed psychopath. So between those two issues, like, what is this zoo we've created with this CNN debate to smash these two things together? Like, what were people expecting to get out of this? I know what both sides were expecting to get out of this. Okay, I'll watch it. We'll do it now. I'll watch it properly, because I am fascinated to see what everyone's talking about firsthand, and I don't want a summary or a rundown. I want to see it all in its glory, start to finish. But here's the thing: each side has only one thing to gain from this. The Democratic side have one, okay, both sides are obviously going to have a goal. There's a reason why you would do this. You want your pick. You want your candidate to basically present themselves in a way that proves the naysayers wrong on the central issues that people have with them. And both of these candidates have some pretty, severe issues that make them seem not fit for office. It's a little bit lopsided in terms of the seriousness of the issues. Just going to put that out there. And that should be obvious to anyone with half a brain. But I'm talking about the criminal side of shit. The psychopathic side of shit. Each side has one goal here. One possible goal that any normal person looking at this goes, there's no way that either of them are going to be able to pull this off. It's just going to show them both at their worst, and in exactly the way that they're trying to get people away from thinking of them as. The Democratic side, with Biden, they've got one fucking goal. They need Joe Biden to do a good enough job in this debate. They need him to get up and stand up there and seem switched on, alive, and not old, belligerent, and lost. Like a lost puppy. Doesn't know what the fuck's going on. The old man, absent-minded, rambling, ranty, spaced out thing that the right is constantly like hammering them with, as in like, you know, you want this to lead our country. This person is practically senile. That's their whole bit. They need to prove that wrong. So their whole goal here is we need Biden to perform in a way that shows people that he's not old and belligerent. Obviously, he's still technically old, but can he do the job? Can he remain switched on, argue his points intelligently and fluently, and not ramble and, you know, turn into old man airhead, going off on tangents, whatever. That's all they're hoping for. If he can simply do that and let Trump do his usual crazy bullshit, he automatically wins. The other side of the fence, the righties, the Republicans, with their candidate Trump, they only have one goal. Trump just needs to seem normal for once in his fucking life. Like an actual human being. And not a 5-year-old psychopath, belligerent toddler. That's all they need to do. If he can just be normal, not brag narcissistically about his bullshit, not lie consistently about everything, not be super racist or sexist or whatever when it comes to things like ignorance and immigrants and abortion and women. He just has to not be a sociopath. If he can just speak normally about the political issues on the ticket, the important talking points that the American public care about, that the righties are all about, just without going into his bullshit, and let, you know, Biden do his belligerent, senile old man thing, then they win. And now everyone's going on about how this debate was a massive clusterfuck, and we all expected it to be, and we all expected it to be because we assumed that neither one of these two candidates was going to be able to do the only thing they have to do to win. Biden was not going to be able to come off like fluently non-belligerent, not like a rambling old man, potentially senile or incompetent because of age. Trump was not going to be able to come off as not a sociopath, like a normal human being that has empathy, who just constantly lies about everything and is super racist about like half of his political issues. Even the ones that you don't need to be racist about, he'll find a way to be racist about it by accident, in the middle of just being braggadocious about himself in ways that aren't even like real. Like he will brag about things and sell himself about stuff that doesn't even exist or isn't even real. Like it's 150% lies with him, even when they don't even make sense, as long as it sounds like it's making him sound great coming out of his own mouth. The man's not a human being. There's nothing behind those eyes. He's basically his own gold statue idol. Like, animate and sentient. Barely. So that was my assumption when I heard that everyone was losing their shit. Is that the worst case scenario of what we all normal people assumed was going to be the case was the case. And all that's done is drive home to like most of the American population that no matter what they do, it's an imperfect situation. They don't have a great option. They've got true problematic options. I think the only thing that's confusing still to me is that one of those problematic options is still way more problematic than the other. And people still keep acting like it's an even issue. Like both of them are evenly as problematic. I've never understood that. One of them's kind of old, the other one's actually evil. It's like going, what would you rather? Your boring kind of rambling grandpa that's going to be no help, or fucking Hitler? And then you're like, I don't know, let me think about it. Don't get it. I've never understood it. And I don't know. Just America is so torn on it, and I feel bad for Americans because the half of the Americans that feel the same way as I do about that are confused by why this is even a question. They have to deal with the fact that they're like your neighbor is like some sociopath's cultist and wants to drive your country into the ground and like destroy democracy, because you know that's all that's ever been going on with that side of things. It's okay, whatever. We'll watch it. Okay, we'll watch it, man. Hi, CNN live stream. Hopefully it's okay to watch the live stream. I mean, maybe watching it actually live may have been not allowed because you'd be taking away their viewers, but this is probably fine long after the fact. Oh my god. I already hate it. I can't stand these posed, friendly, your local politician smiling Trump photo ops. Look at this nonce. That's not the real Trump right there. I know that like all politicians to some degree are full of shit. So whenever you see these like smiling big toothy grin photo op shit of theirs, it's part of their promo and marketing. You know, vote such and such. He's a family man. Yeah. No. This is not. That's not a family man. That's not a happy, smiling, for the people dude. That's a billionaire that'll sell you down the river for ducats. Why did CNN specifically need to do this?
Live from Georgia, a key battleground state in the race for the White House. In just moments, the current...
I mean, it can only be a better setup than what they did last time, because I don't know who set up the last debate, but they couldn't control it for shit. Like the fact that they couldn't shut Trump up, and he just kept talking over his opponent and also the person trying to run the damn thing, and wouldn't like follow the rules at any point. Like, they didn't know what they were doing. So I'm just hoping they've got more of a reign on this.
U.S. president will debate the former U.S. president.
I did see a video recently explaining like the more stricter rule sets for how they were going to run this debate, and it was interesting.
We want to welcome our viewers in the United States and around the world to our studios in Atlanta.
9 p.m.
This is the CNN.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Wait, what? 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time? ET? Eastern Time? Why would they run this debate at 9 p.m.? These men are in their late 80s going 90. Why would you do this at 9 p.m.? They've already begun shutting down. This is like set up to fail. You should have done this like midday, just after lunch. That's insane.
And around the world to our studios in Atlanta. This is the CNN presidential debate.
They built a whole goddamn stage for this.
Produced by CNN and is coming to you live on CNN.
Look how sexy this stage
CNN
is.
International, CNN.com, CNN Max, and CNN Espanol.
Oh, these are the two running the...
This is a pivotal moment between President
I know one of
Joe
them.
Biden
That's
and
Tapper.
President Donald Trump in their rematch for the nation's highest office. Each will make his case to the American people.
Why are they playing this
with
off like a
just
sport
over 4
right now?
months until election day.
Their rematch.
Good
The
evening,
music.
I'm Dana Bash, anchor of CNN's Inside Politics and co-anchor.
Dana Bash and Jake Tapper.
Tapper, anchor of CNN's The Lead and co-anchor of State of the Union.
They'll be commenting on the
Dana
fight
and I will
tonight
co-moderate
in the
this evening.
octagon.
My job is to facilitate a debate between the two candidates tonight. Before we introduce them, we want to share the rules of the debate with the audience at home. Former President Trump will be on the...
Yeah, I don't know if they're going to go through all the rules here because they don't have that much time, but I saw a long video on TikTok that was describing some of the tech behind this in detail. And the way they did the mics and the podiums is specifically interesting. The mics, after the exact amount of time you've got to talk, they fully shut off. And they demonstrated how it works, and you cannot hear the other person at all. Like, it's dead silent. So you really can't interrupt or talk over people. So that's one big issue already completely cleared up.
left side of the screen, President Biden will be appearing on the right. A coin toss determined their positions. Each
Do the
candidate
positions
will
really
have
matter?
2 minutes to answer a question and 1 minute each for responses.
Doesn't the red side, I mean, the whole red versus blue thing, isn't the red side just hilariously like Empire-esque from Star Wars? Like, red is always the side of like the fascist bad guys in all science fiction. Like, it's very unfortunate the Republicans pulled red as their like their color when it comes to like the political divide.
And rebuttals.
But it is also
An additional
fitting
minute for
considering the way they
follow-up,
act
clarification, or
and their
response is at
belief
the
systems.
moderator's discretion.
When it's time for a candidate to speak,
That is not long at all. Look at that. 2 minutes when they get asked a question, 1 minute when they give a response. They get to give 1 minute rebuttals, and they can have an extra 1 minute at moderator's discretion, which whatever that means. If they feel like they want to let them talk longer.
Is at the moderator's discretion.
when it's time for a candidate to speak, his microphone will be turned on and his opponent's microphone will be turned off.
Yeah, I heard a lot about that.
Interrupt when his microphone is muted. He will be difficult to understand for viewers at home. At the end of the debate, each candidate will get 2
Difficult
minutes
nothing.
for
When they
closing
just demonstrated it
statements.
in that
There is
TikTok
no
video, you
studio
couldn't hear it at
audience
all.
tonight. Pre-written notes, props, or contact with campaign staff are not permitted during the debate. By accepting our
Oh,
invitation
no
to
cheating,
debate, both
no help,
candidates and their campaigns
no notes.
agreed to accept
It all has to be off the dome.
Now, please welcome the 46th
That is
President
bad
of the
for
United
both of
States,
them.
Joe Biden.
Is he just waiting there the whole time to do the walk? He gave a wave, a hi, a little point. I don't know who he pointed at.
And please welcome the 45th President of the United States.
All right, Grandpa's in.
Donald Trump.
Here comes the chonky penguin. Trying to have swagger with the walk, but it's not working. Neither of these men have swagger or riz.
Thanks so much for being here. Let's begin the debate, and let's start with the issue.
I just realized I kind of look like I'm kind of pulling the young Joe Biden right now with the aviators. What's going on, Jack? Hey, how do you do a Joe Biden? Come on, Jack. Seriously. What's with this shit? No, he wouldn't say shit. I don't know if I can do a Joe Biden. All I've got is the aviators to pull to pull it off. I can't actually do it. Anyway, well, I'm gonna put them away because now I feel a little too one-sided wearing those.
President Biden, inflation has slowed, but prices remain high. Since you took office, the price
turn it up
of
a bit.
essentials has increased. For example, a basket of groceries that cost $100 then now costs more than $120.
This is the question. This is the question for the poor people in the audience.
More than 30%. What do you say to voters who feel they are worse off under your presidency than they were under President Trump?
Why do you look
take a
horrified?
At what I was left when I became president, what Mr. Trump left me. We had an economy that was in free fall. The pandemic was so badly handled. Many people were dying. All he said was, it's not that serious. Just inject a little bleach in your arm. You'll be all right.
He did say
The economy
that.
collapsed. There were no jobs. Unemployment rate rose to 15%. It was terrible. And so what we had to do is try to put things back together again. And that's exactly what we began to do. We created 15,000 new jobs. We brought out the
Oh, I heard he had a
where
cold
we have
during this as
800,000
well, which is
manufacturing
unfortunate.
Jobs, but there's more to be done.
You can kind of hear it too. He's a little bit more raw than
Working-class people are still in
usual.
trouble. I come from Scranton, Pennsylvania. I come of household where the kitchen table, if the things weren't able to be met during the month, it was a problem. Price of eggs, the price of gas, the price of housing, the price of a whole range of things. That's why I'm working so hard to make sure I deal
Trump
with
has
those
a
problems.
hilarious
And we're gonna make
resting
sure
grumpy
we
face.
Reduce the price of housing. We're going to make sure we
Like he's kind of like
2 million new units.
he's mean mugging
We're gonna make
and
sure
nothing
we
in
cap
particular.
rents so corporate greed can't take over. The combination, what I was left with in corporate greed is the reason why we're in this problem right now. In addition to that, we're in a situation where if you take a look at all that was done.
You reckon CNN put enough of their branding on everything?
Much at all. By the time he left, things were in chaos, literally chaos. And so we put things back together. We created, I said, those jobs. We make sure we had a situation where we brought down the price of prescription drugs, which is a major issue for many people, to $15 for.
Sometimes it looks like he's not doing it now. He just stopped, but
As opposed to $400.
sometimes he looks like he's
Most
trying
people
not
have
to
pay
smile,
more than $200
like he's
for
proud
any
of
drug, all the
what he's
drugs
being
they
accused
can
of.
include beginning next year. in a situation and we're going to make that available to everybody, to all Americans. So we're working to bring down the price of around the kitchen table, and that's what we're going to get done.
Thank you. President Trump?
Okay.
We have the greatest economy in the history of our country. We have never done so well. Everybody was amazed by it. Other countries
that wasn't
were
true.
copying us. We got hit with COVID, and when we did, we spent the money necessary so we wouldn't end up in a Great Depression, the likes of which we had in 1929.
No, he didn't.
By the time we finished, so we did a great job. We got a lot of credit.
He ignored
for the
COVID
economy,
and
a lot
flubbed
of
it
credit
for
the military and
caused
no
a bigger
wars
problem.
and so many other things. Everything was rocking good. But the thing we never got the credit for, and we should have, is getting us out of that COVID mess. He created mandates. That was a disaster.
It's already
for our
begun.
country.
This is what I was talking
Other
about.
than that, we had given them back a country where the stock market.
I don't know what anyone expected, man. He's just gonna.
Nobody thought that was even possible. The only jobs he created.
He's just going to describe events in the magical way he sees it in his brain. That was not what it was actually like.
He has not done a good job. He's done a poor job, and inflation's killing our country. It is absolutely killing us.
Thank you, President.
He doesn't care that we were all there, and
The
we know
greatest
he's
economy
lying.
in the world. He's the only one who thinks that, I think. I don't know anybody else who thinks he's the greatest economy in the world. And, the fact
Is
of
that
the
cold
matter
again?
is that,
It's just
we
making him
found
look
ourselves
older,
in a
unfortunately.
situation where his economy, he rewarded the wealthy. He had the largest tax cut in American history, $2 trillion. He raised a deficit larger than any president has.
He nods to it, but like
He's the only president other than Herbert.
he's
Hoover
literally
who's
being
had
accused
lost
of
more
raising
jobs than
taxes
he had
for the
when he
poor
began,
and cutting it
since
for the
Herbert
rich,
Hoover.
and he nods
The idea that
like,
he
yeah, I did a good
something
thing.
that was significant. And the military, when he was president, they were still killing people in Afghanistan. He didn't do anything about that. When he was president, we were still finding ourselves in a position where you had a notion that we were this safe country.
That's one
Truth is,
interesting neutral
I'm the only
thing
president
about both
this
sides,
century
is that the
have
Afghanistan
any-
problem has been the
this
same
decade
level of a
that
problem
any
no matter who was
troops
in charge.
dying anywhere in the world. Like
When
he
Trump
did.
was in charge, when Obama was in
President
charge,
Trump,
when
I wanna
Biden was in
follow
charge,
up
there were
if I
just as
can.
much
You
Am I
want
allowed
to-
to respond?
killing and problems
Well,
in
I'm gonna ask you a
Afghanistan.
follow-up. You can do whatever you want with the minute that we give you. I want to follow up. You want to impose a 10% tariff on all goods coming into the U.S. How will you ensure that that doesn't drive prices even higher?
It's not going to drive them higher. It's just going to cost countries that have been ripping us off for years, like China and many others, in all fairness to China. It's going
So
to
no reason
force
why,
them to
just
pay
it's
us a
not
lot
going
of
to
money,
because I
reduce
said
our
so?
deficit tremendously,
Cool
and give
beans.
us a lot of power for other things. But he made a statement. The only thing he was right about is I gave you the largest.
I love it how they put the
tax
question
cut
on
in history.
screen,
I also
just
gave
in
you the
case you're
largest
confused
regulation
by
cut in history.
how
That's why
much
we
he's
had
not
all the
answering
jobs.
it.
And the jobs went down, and then they bounced back, and he's taking credit for bounce back jobs. You can't do that. He also said he inherited 9% inflation. No, he inherited almost no inflation, and it stayed that way for 14 months. And then it blew up under his leadership because they spent money like a bunch of
How would he
people that
ensure
didn't know what
prices
they
aren't
were
driven
doing, and
higher?
They don't know what
They-
they're
he
doing.
just
The
said they
worst-
just
probably
won't.
The worst administration.
And
in
now let me
history.
spend the rest
There's
of my,
never been. And as far as
my answer
Afghanistan
just
is concerned,
roasting
I
Biden's
was getting out of
administration.
Afghanistan, but we were getting out with
Cool.
dignity, with strength, with power. He got out. It was the most embarrassing day in the history of our country's life.
President Trump, over the last 8 years, under both of your administrations, the national debt soared to record highs. And according to a new nonpartisan analysis, President Trump, your administration approved $8.4 trillion in new debt, while so far, President Biden, you've approved $4.3 trillion in new debt. So, former President Trump, many of the tax cuts that you signed into law are set to expire next year. You want to extend them and go even further, you say. With the U.S. facing trillion-dollar deficits and record debt, why should top earners and corporations pay even less in taxes than they do now?
Because the tax cuts spurred the greatest economy that we've ever seen just prior to COVID. And even after COVID, it was so strong that we were able to get through COVID much better than just about any other country. But we spurred, that tax spurred. Now,
Didn't happen.
When we cut the taxes, as an example, the corporate tax was
that
cut
didn't
down
happen.
to 21% from 39%, plus beyond that. We took in more revenue with much less tax.
How do you
and
argue
companies were
for
bringing back trillions of dollars
tax
back into
cuts
our
for
country.
million-dollar
The country
corporations?
was
How?
going like never before. And we were ready to start paying down debt. We were ready to start using the liquid gold right under our feet, the oil and gas right
Talk a
under
bunch
our
of shit,
feet.
that's how.
We were going to have something that nobody else has had. We got hit with COVID. We did a lot to fix it. I gave him an unbelievable situation with all of the therapeutics and all of the things that we came up with. We
The glare.
gave him something great. Remember, more people died under his administration, even though we had largely fixed it. More people died under his
What is
administration
he talking about?
than our administration, and we were right in the middle of it. Something which a lot of people don't like
He
to talk about.
just says stuff.
But he had far more people dying in his administration. He did the mandate, which is a disaster.
He doesn't need to know
mandate.
any
The vaccine
facts
went
or
out, he did a
statistics or
mandate
anything
on
because
the
he just
vaccine, which is
says
the thing that people
whatever
most
fact or
objected
statistic
to
company
about
pulls
the
out of his
vaccine,
ass that makes him sound
and he
good.
did a very poor job, just a very poor job. And I will tell you, not only poor there, but throughout the entire world, we're no longer respected as a country. They don't respect our leadership. They don't respect the United States anymore. We're like a third world nation between weaponization of his election, trying to go after his political
Is
opponent.
he trying to suggest
all
that
of the things
that
he's
America
done,
was
we've
more
become like a
respected
third
back
world
when he
nation.
was
And it's a shame.
licking the boot
damage he's done to our
of
country.
Putin,
And I'd love to ask
going
him,
over there and
will,
visiting
why
him and
he
acting
allowed
like his
millions
toady.
of people to come in here from prisons, jails, and mental institutions to come into our country and destroy our country.
President Trump,
Oh,
we
there's
will
the
get to
immigration shit.
later in this block. President Biden, I want to give you an opportunity to respond to this question about the national debt.
He had the largest national debt of any president in a 4-year period, number one. Number two, he got $2 trillion tax cut benefit.
He's just going to do the la la la. I don't hear
What
you.
I'm going to do is fix the tax system. For example,
That's not reality.
We have 1,000 trillionaires in America.
Because it's not what
mean,
I want it to
billionaires
be.
in America.
I'm
And
a
what's
baby
happening?
boy.
They're in a situation where
I'm a big
they, in
orange
fact,
baby
pay
boy.
8.2% in taxes. If they just paid 24%, 25%, either one of those numbers, they'd raise $500 million, billion dollars, I should say.
You know, with
in a 10-year period.
minimal
We'd be able
photoshopping,
to wipe out his debt.
you
We'd be
can
able
make
to
the
help
CNN logo
make
look
sure
like it
that
says
all those
"cum."
things we need to do, child care, elder care, making sure that we continue
Sorry,
to
I got a little distracted.
strengthen our healthcare system, making sure that we're able to make every single solitary person eligible for what I've been able to do with the with
gotta watch that
COVID.
stutter.
Excuse me, with dealing with everything we have to do with. Look, if we finally beat Medicare.
Thank you, President Biden. President
What?
Trump.
Well, he's right. He did beat Medicare. He beat it to death, and he's destroying Medicare because all of these people are coming in. They're putting them on Medicare.
That's
they're
unfortunate.
putting them on Social Security. They're
I'm
gonna
still a little
destroy
confused what happened at the end.
Social Security.
Oh,
This
it's
man is
already
going to
going downhill.
single-handedly destroy Social Security. These millions and millions of people coming in.
Oh, holy
they're trying
shit.
to
The end of
put
that
them on
question is
Social
exactly
Security.
what-
He will wipe out Social Security. He will wipe out Medicare.
Exactly what the Democratic
So he was
side
right in the way he
were
finished
trying
that
to-
sentence.
hoping to
And
avoid.
It's a shame. What's happened to our country
Was any kind of
in the
rambling,
last 4
mumbly
years
moment like
is
that that
not to
trails
be
off into
believed.
nothing.
Foreign countries.
That's
I'm
the
friends
old
with a
man
lot of
moment that
people.
they don't want.
They cannot believe what happened to the United States of America. We're no longer respected.
And I think that Trump's
they don't
waiting for
like
those
us.
moments because he
We
kind of
give
had
them
like a zinger
everything
ready to
they
go.
want, and they think we're
That
stupid.
Medicare
They
zinger?
think we're very stupid people. What we're doing for other countries, and they do nothing for us. What this man has done is absolutely criminal.
Thank you, President Trump. Dana?
This is the first presidential election.
Wow, that was,
since the
ironic
Supreme Court
of Trump.
overturned Roe v. Wade. This
To
morning,
accuse
the court
Biden's
ruled on yet another
handling of his
abortion case,
presidency as
temporarily
absolutely
allowing
criminal.
Emergency abortions to continue in Idaho. despite
Sure.
that state's restrictive
The
ban.
actual criminal
Former
says.
President Trump, you take credit for the decision to overturn Roe v. Wade.
I mean, you're
which
back in court
returned
right
the
after
issue
this,
of
getting hit with
abortion to
even
the
more
states.
criminal charges.
However, the federal government still plays a role in whether or not women have access to abortion pills. They're used in about 2/3 of all abortions. As
Oh, we're hitting the
president, would
abortion
you
debate.
block abortion medication?
First
is
of
the
all,
one that makes
Supreme
the
Court
right look
just
really bad.
Approved the abortion bill, and I agree with their decision to have done that, and I will not block it. And if you look at this whole question that you're asking, complex but not really complex. 51 years ago, you had Roe v. Wade, and everybody wanted to get it back to the states. Everybody, without exception. Democrats, Republicans, liberals, conservatives.
The head shake from
Everybody
Biden.
wanted it back. Religious leaders. And what I did is I put 3 great Supreme Court justices on the court, and they happened to vote in favor of killing Roe v. Wade and moving it back to the states. This is something that
I bet people
everybody
think he looks
wanted.
like he's dozing
Now,
off.
10 years ago or so, they started talking
Although
about
he,
how many
when you
weeks
look
and
at him
how
do it
many
in a
years and
wide,
getting
wide
into
shot, he's
other
clearly
things.
like
But every legal
looking at
scholar
some,
throughout the world,
like
the
taking
most
notes on the
respected,
podium or something.
wanted it brought back to the states. I did that. Now the states are working it out. If you look at Ohio, it was a decision that was an end result that was a little bit more liberal than you would have thought. Kansas, I would say the same thing. Texas is different. Florida is different. But they're all making their own decisions right now.
I just realized they're both
now,
wearing an American
the
flag
states
pin on their
control it.
suit.
That's the vote of the people. Like Ronald Reagan,
We get
I
it.
believe in the
America.
exceptions. I am a person that believes. And frankly, I think it's important to believe in the exceptions. Some people, you have to follow your heart. Some people don't believe in that. But I believe in the exceptions for rape, incest, and the life of the mother. I think it's very important. Some people don't. Follow your heart. But you have to get elected also.
Some people don't.
Because that has to do with other things. You got to get elected. The problem they
What?
have is they're radical because they will take the life of a child in the 8th month, the 9th month, and even after birth. After birth, if you look at the former governor of Virginia, he was willing to do this. He said, we'll put the baby aside and we'll determine what we do with the baby, meaning we'll kill the baby. What happened is we brought it back to the states, and the country is now coming together on this issue. It's been a great thing.
Thank you. President Biden?
Sounds like he
It's been
started out
terrible
saying what...
what you've done. The fact is that the vast
Good, that was a
majority
strong
of
start.
constitutional scholars supported Roe when it was decided.
I'm so confused by Trump's
Supported Roe.
answer. It started out saying like he was
That
telling
that's
the
this
left what
idea
they
that
wanted to
they're all
hear.
against it is just ridiculous. And
And then started rambling his way back into the exceptions to the rules.
Where in
Like
6
he's trying to find a
weeks,
middle ground.
you don't even
But
know
I
you're
don't really
pregnant.
know what
You
side he
cannot
falls
see a
on by the end
doctor
of
and
that.
and have him decide on what your circumstances are, whether you need help. The idea that states are able to do this is a little like saying we're going to turn civil rights back to the states. Let each state have a different rule. Look, there's so many.
Like, at
young
one
women
point it
who
sounded
were-
like he was
including a
trying
young
to
woman who just was murdered, and he went
make
to the
excuses
funeral.
for
The
why you
idea
would
that
make certain
she
decisions
was murdered
politically
by-
in terms of
by
abortion
an
to get
immigrant coming in. They talk about that.
to get
Here's the
voters.
deal. There's a lot of young women are being
Which is
raped
kind of
by
a
their-
fucked up
by their in-laws, by
thing
their-
to be thinking
by
about
their
when you're talking about
spouses,
the issue.
brothers and sisters.
I don't know why he went
by-
down that train of thought.
It's just ridiculous, and they can do nothing about it. And they try to arrest them when they cross state lines.
Thank you.
There have been many young women murdered by the same people he allows to come across
Oh, here
our
comes the
border.
immigrants again.
We have a border that's the most dangerous place anywhere in the world. Consider the most dangerous place anywhere in the world. And he opened it up, and these killers are coming into our country, and they are raping and killing women.
My guy, you're
And
supposed
it's
to
a
be talking
terrible
about
thing.
abortion.
As far as the
Why are we
abortion's
back on the
concerned, it is now
immigration?
back with the
Jesus
states. The
Christ.
states are voting.
This
In
is
many
why-
cases,
See, this is
frankly,
the
a very
nightmare
liberal
for the right
decision.
right
In many
now.
cases,
They want him to
it's the
come off
opposite.
seeming like a
But they're
human being
voting,
that's
and it's
not
bringing it back to the
fascist
vote
or
of the people,
racist.
which is what everybody wanted, including
But
the founders.
they're
if
talking
they
about
knew
a different
this
issue,
which,
like
frankly,
abortion,
they
and he
didn't.
somehow brings it
But
back
they
to
would-
immigrants.
Everybody wanted brought back. Ronald Reagan wanted it brought back. He wasn't able to get
He's
it.
pitching like
Everybody wanted it
hardballs
brought back, and many
at his voter
presidents
base
had tried
that are
to
all
get
the
it back.
xenophobic
I was the one to
red
do it.
hat
And again,
wearers
this
that are
gives it
scared of the
vote
darkies coming
people,
over the
and
border.
that's where they wanted it. Every legal scholar.
He just won't let it
wanted
go,
that way.
and it just makes him look even
Staying
more
on
like
the
a bigot.
topic of abortion,
Oh, hey, Jay.
President Biden, 7 states, I'll let you do that. This is the same topic. 7 states have no legal
He looks
restrictions
mortified.
on how far into a pregnancy a woman can obtain an abortion. Do you support any legal limits on how late a woman should be able to terminate a pregnancy?
I supported Roe v. Wade, which had 3 trimesters. The first time is between the woman and the doctor.
There you go, solid.
Second time is between the doctor and
You don't need to use the entire 2-minute
The third time is between
answer.
the doctor.
Leave it there.
Between the woman and the state. The idea that the politicians, that the founders wanted the politicians to be the ones making decisions about women's health is ridiculous. That's the last.
Yeah,
no
this isn't.
politician
This is a
makes that
softball
decision.
for
A
the
doctor should
Democrats.
make
I mean, this is their
decision.
thing.
That's how it should be run. That's what you're going to do. And if I'm elected, I'm going to restore Roe v. Wade.
So that means
Nice.
you can take the life of the baby in the 9th month and even after birth, because
He
some
can.
states,
He's going to do it
Democrat run,
personally.
Take it after
Joe
birth.
Biden's going to
Again,
show
the
up in
governor, former governor of
in
Virginia,
front of your hospital
put
bed.
the baby down. They
with a
wouldn't
coat
say
hanger?
What to do with it? So he's willing to, as we say, rip the baby out of the womb in the 9th month and kill the baby. Nobody wants
Jesus
that to
Christ,
happen,
dude.
Democrat or Republican. Nobody wants it to
Calm
happen.
the fuck down.
That is simply not true. The Roe v. Wade does not provide for
I mean, it's a bit
that.
redundant
That's
to
not
say
the
you're lying.
circumstance.
I
When
mean,
a woman's life is in danger, she's going to die. That's the only circumstance.
if you wanted to
which
point
that
out
can
when Trump
happen.
was lying,
But we are
you'd
not
be
for
doing it
late-term
every
abortion,
single time he
period.
opens his mouth.
Period.
Under
More
Roe v.
efficient just to
Wade,
point
you
out when
have
he's telling the
late-term
truth.
Abortion. You can do whatever you want, depending on the state. You can do whatever you want. We don't think that's a good thing. We think it's a radical thing. We think the Democrats are the radicals, not the Republicans.
For 51 years, that was the law. 51 years, constitutional scholarship said it was the right way to go. 51 years.
Well, they're actually
And it was
letting them
taken
back
away
this back and
because
forth.
This guy put very conservative members on the Supreme Court. He takes credit for taking it away. What's he going to do? What's he going to do, in fact, if the MAGA Republicans, he gets elected, and the MAGA Republicans control the Congress, and they pass a universal ban on abortion, period, across the board at 6 weeks or 7 or 8 or 10 weeks, something very, very conservative. Is he going to sign that bill? I'll veto it. He'll sign it.
Thank you.
Let's turn now to the issue of immigration and
Oh,
border security.
he's trying to talk, he can't.
A record number of migrants have illegally crossed the southern border on your watch.
That's why you got to have
Overwhelming
mics
border
that shut
states
off.
And overburdening cities
Thank
such as
God.
New York and Chicago, and in some cases causing real safety and security concerns. Given that, why should voters trust you to solve this crisis?
Because we worked very hard to get a bipartisan agreement that not only changed all of that, it made sure that we are in a situation where you had no circumstance where they could come across the border with the number of border police there are now. We significantly increased the number of asylum officers. Significantly, by the way, the Border Patrol endorsed my position. In addition to that, we found ourselves in a situation where when he was president, he was separating babies from their mothers, putting them in cages.
That did happen.
Making sure the families were separated. That's not the right way to go. What I've done since I've changed the law, what's happened? I've changed it in a way.
It's
that
pretty
now
clear that
we're in a situation where
they've jumped from
40%
abortion to
fewer
immigration
people
specifically
coming across
because
the
these are
border
like
illegally. It's better
the
than
real
left
hot
office.
topics for both
And
sides.
I'm going to continue to move until we get the total ban on the total initiative relative to what we can do with more border patrol and more asylum officers.
President Trump?
Man, he's fighting
I
that.
don't know what he said at the end of that sentence. I don't think he knows what he said either. Look,
Oh, that was
we have
rude.
the safest border in the history of our country. The border,
He
all
looked
had
at him
to do
like,
was
"You
leave it. All
motherfucker."
he had to do was leave it. He decided to open up our border, open up our country to people that are from prisons, people that are from mental institutions, insane asylum, terrorists. We have the largest number of terrorists coming
That's
into our
how
country
Trump
right
sees
now.
all-
Terrorists all over the world, not just in South America, all over the world.
His
From
whole idea
the
of
Middle East,
immigrants
everywhere.
is just
All over the
insane
world, they're
asylums,
pouring in.
prisons, and
this guy
terrorists.
just left it open, and he didn't need
Just
legislation,
automatically.
because
There's
I
no
didn't have
normal human
legislation. I said,
beings
close
with
the border. We had
families.
the safest border in history. In that final couple of months of my presidency, we had, according to Border Patrol, who is great, and by the way, who endorsed me for president. But
You wonder
I won't
why he
say
wants to be
that.
president?
They endorsed me for president.
It's exactly what
Brandon,
you're saying.
you speak to
It's
him.
ego.
But look, we had the safest border in
He
history.
just
Now we have the
wants
worst
to
border in
feel
history. There's never
like
been anything
God,
like it. And
basically,
people are
the way he
dying
already
all over
sees
the place,
himself.
including the people that are coming up in
Thank you, President
caravans.
Trump.
He thinks he should
President
be
Biden.
everybody's boss.
The
That's
only
the problem.
terrorist who's done anything crossing the border is one who came along and killed three, under his administration, killed an Al-Qaeda person come in and his administration, killed 3 American soldiers. That's the only terrorist that's there. I'm not saying that no terrorist ever got
Stresses
through
me out when
ID
Biden's trying to
or
make a good
emptying our
point,
prisons.
but
we're welcoming
he's
people.
fighting through his
That's simply
stammering and
not true.
his
There's no data to support what he said.
his
Once
rambling
again,
habits.
He's exaggerating. He's lying.
President Trump, staying on the topic of immigration, you've said that you're going to carry out, quote, the largest domestic deportation operation in American history, unquote.
Jesus Christ.
Does that mean that you will deport every undocumented immigrant in
Why can't people
America,
see that?
including those who have
Most
jobs,
normal people
including
can see
those
that. The
whose
problem is
spouses are citizens,
he has a
and including those who have lived here for decades?
very
And if
large
so, how will you
culty
do
base
it?
of followers
Just one
that
second. He said we killed 3 people. The people we killed are al-Baghdadi and
Oh, so
Soleimani.
now he's
Two
ignoring the
greatest
question, and
terrorists,
he's just
biggest terrorists anywhere
basically
in the world. And it had a huge
he's
impact
basically
on
just talking
everything,
about the
not
last
just
thing
border,
Biden said.
on everything. He's the one that
This is
killed
what I was
people
worried
with the
about.
bad
At some
one,
point, they're going to
including
stop answering the
hundreds
questions,
of
and they're just going to
thousands of
start
people dying,
directly
and
attacking
also
each other.
killing our citizens when they come in. We are living right now in a rat's nest. They're killing our people in New York, in California, in every state in the union because we don't have borders anymore. Every state is now a border. And because of his ridiculous, insane, and very stupid policies, people are coming in and they're killing our citizens at a level that we've never seen. We call it migrant
He acts
crime.
like
I call it
he acts
migrant-
like the left
migrant
are trying
crime. They're
to
killing
open up
our
the borders
citizens
to
at a
everyone
level
so
that
that
we've
everyone
never
can
seen
get
before.
killed and raped
you're
and whatever.
reading it
It's like
these 3 incredible
ain't
young
nobody
girls
doing
over the
that.
last
They're
few
just trying to be
days.
fair.
One of them, I just spoke to the mother, and
This
he just
isn't
had the
like
funeral
America
for
is a
this girl,
nation of
12
immigrants.
years old.
Everyone who lives there is an
horrible
immigrant.
What's taken place in
Except
our
for
country,
like a small
we're
amount of
literally
Native Americans.
an uncivilized country now. He doesn't want it to be. He just doesn't know. He opened the borders.
You just need to manage it
Nobody's ever
correctly.
Seen anything like, and we have to get a lot
No
of
one's
these people
saying
out.
yes
We have
to
get them
murder.
out fast because they're going to destroy our country.
Or like
Just take a look
terrorism.
at where they're living.
It's
They're
just the
living
right
in
keep trying to
luxury
make it about
hotels
that.
in New York City and other places.
Like
Our
fraudulently.
veterans are on
Like
the
it makes
street.
no
They're dying
sense.
because he doesn't care about our veterans. He doesn't care. He doesn't like the military at all.
Agenda shit, man.
And he doesn't care about our veterans. Nobody been worse.
Yo!
I have the highest approval rating for veterans taking care of
He
the
did not
VA.
just say
He
that.
is the worst. He's gotten rid of all the
He did
things that I
not
approved,
just
Joyce,
accuse
that I got through Congress,
Joe Biden
all of the different things I approved. They abandoned
of being
it.
anti-military
By far
and
the
VA.
highest, and now it's down in less than half because
The
he's done
man
all
that
these
is
great
on
things that we
record
did, and I think he did it
as
just because I
insulting
approved it, which is
American
crazy.
veterans.
But he has killed so many people at our border by
Thank you,
allowing
President Trump.
all of these people to come in.
President
and it's
Biden.
a very sad day. In
Shut the
America.
mic off.
Biden, you have the mic.
Every single thing he said is a lie.
It was.
Every single one. For example,
That was the
veterans
most
are a hell of a
egregious
lot better off.
load of
That-
bullshit I've
that's
ever
the
heard.
fact that 1 million of them now have insurance, and their families have it. Their families have it because what happened, whether it was Agent Orange or burn pits, they're all being covered now. And he opposed, his group opposed that. We're also in a situation where we have great respect for veterans. My son spent a year in Iraq, living right next to one of those burn pits, came back with stage 4 glioblastoma. I was recently in France for D-Day, and I spoke all about those heroes that died. I went to the World War II cemetery, World War I cemetery he refused to go to. He was standing with his 4-star general, and he told me, he said, I don't want to go in there because they're a bunch of losers and suckers. My son was not a loser, was not a sucker. You're the sucker. You're the loser.
President Trump.
First of all, that was a made-up quote. Suckers
Burn.
and losers. They made it up. It
Nope.
was in a third-rate magazine that's failing. Like
No,
many
I
of
remember.
these
No,
magazines. He made that up. He
I
put it in
remember when that
commercials. We
when that was a
notified
thing.
him. We had 19 people.
He's
that
done
said
that
I didn't
more
say
than
it. And
once.
think of this. Who
He's
would
been
say,
rude
I'm at a cemetery, or I'm talking about
and
our
disrespectful
veterans?
to the
Because
veterans
nobody's
more
taking
than
better
once.
care. I'm so glad this
On
came
the
up,
record.
and he brought it up. There's nobody that's
Now he's
taken better
pretending
care
like
of
it's
our
fucking
soldiers than I
Biden.
have.
Biden's
To
side that are
think that I would, in front of generals,
disrespectful
and others,
to the
say,
VAs?
Suckers and losers. We have 19 people that said it was never said by me. It was made up by him, just like Russia was made up.
Nope.
Just like the 51 intelligence
You were over there sucking
agents
Putin
are
dick.
made up. Just like the new thing with the 16 economists are talking, it's the same thing. 51 intelligence agents said
Oh my God.
that the laptop was Russia.
It's so infuriating listening to the
It
world's
wasn't.
biggest
That
liar
came from his son Hunter. It wasn't Russia.
accuse
disinformation.
everybody else
He made
around
up
him
the
of being the
suckers and
liars.
losers, so he should apologize.
It's just
to me
it's
right
cringing
now.
me on the inside.
4-star general standing to your side who was on your staff who said you said it, period. That's number one. And number two, the idea that I have to apologize to you for anything along the line. We've done more for veterans than any president has in American history.
I mean, Biden's always been big on the whole
now
veteran
are their
thing.
family.
Like,
the only sacred
his son
obligation we have as
was
a country is to care
involved
for
in
our
all that.
veterans when they come home.
So it
and
makes
their
sense.
families, and equip them when they go to war. That's what we're doing. That's what the VA is doing now. They're doing more.
Trump
for
is the big
veterans
puss
than
that
ever before in
avoided
our history.
military service
thank
by
you so
complaining
much.
about bone spurs,
Topic of
and then spending the
foreign
rest of his
policy.
life as
I want to
a
begin with Russia's war
uh,
against
silver spoon
Ukraine,
rich
which
kid.
is now in its third year.
running
Former
$1
President
billion
Trump, Russian President
businesses into the
Vladimir
ground.
Putin says he'll only end this war
And talking about,
if Russia keeps the
other
Ukrainian
veterans who
territory it
actually
has already
served
claimed,
as
and
being
Ukraine
losers.
abandons its bid to join NATO. Are Putin's terms acceptable to you?
First of all, our veterans and our soldiers
It's
can't
happening
stand
again.
this guy. They can't stand him. They think he's the worst commander-in-chief, if that's what you
The
call
fuck
him,
is this even? That's
that
not
we've
even.
ever had. They can't stand him. So let's get that straight. And they like me more than
I knew this
just
was going to
about
start
any of
happening
them.
more and more.
And that's based
Ignoring
on
the
every
question and
single
just-
bit of information. As
just
far
talking
as
about the last
Russia
thing the
and
other guy
Ukraine,
said.
If we had a real president, a president that knew, that was respected by Putin, he would have never invaded Ukraine. A lot of people are dead
Bullshit.
right now, much more than people know. You know, they talk about numbers. You
Oh my
can
God, he
double
just
those
pulls things out of his
numbers,
ass. I
maybe
can't
triple
believe
those
it.
numbers. He did nothing to stop it. In fact, I think he encouraged Russia from going in. I'll tell you what happened. He was so bad with
Encouraged
Afghanistan,
Russia
it
to
was
go
such
into
a
the Ukraine.
horrible embarrassment, most embarrassing moment in the history of our
That makes
country,
no
That
sense.
when Putin watched that and he saw
At a certain point, you
incompetence,
lie
he
so
should-
much that your
he should
lies
have
stop
fired
making
those
sense.
Generals, like I fired the one that you mentioned, and so he's got no love lost. But he should have fired those generals. No general got fired for the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country, Afghanistan.
See, he's bringing it back
where
to
we
ego.
left
It's all
billions
about
of dollars of
firing
equipment
people.
behind. We lost
It's about
13
waving your dick
beautiful
around
soldiers,
and showing that you're in
38
charge by firing
soldiers were
people.
Obliterated. And by the way, we left people behind too. We left American citizens behind. When Putin saw that, he said, "You know what? I think we're going to go in and maybe take my." This was his dream. I talked to him about it. His dream. The difference is he never would have invaded Ukraine. Never. Just like Israel would have never been invaded in a million years by Hamas. You know why? Because Iran was broke with me. I wouldn't let anybody do business with them. They ran out of money. They were broke. They had no money for Hamas. They had no money for anything. No money for terror. That's why you had no terror at all during my administration. This place, the whole world is blowing up under him.
The world blew up under COVID with him, and he did fuck all about it and made it worse.
Look, the fact of the matter is that we're in a situation where, let's take the last point
God,
first.
it just...
Iran attacked American troops,
It's all unprovable
brain damage for a number of these
braggadocious
troops,
shit.
and he did nothing about
All
it.
these bad
He said,
things
"You know,
wouldn't
when
have
he was
happened
They attacked. He said they're just having headaches.
because
That's
I'm
all
too
it is.
amazing.
He
It's like,
didn't
that's
do a
based on
thing
nothing.
when the
You can
attack
just
took
say
place,
that.
Number one. Number two, we got over 100,000.
Same fucking shit would have happened. You don't make a difference.
Of Afghanistan.
Has nothing to do with America.
During that airlift. Number three, we found ourselves in a situation where, if you take a look at what Trump did in Ukraine, this guy told Trump, do whatever you want, and do whatever you want. And that's exactly what Trump did to Putin, encourage him, do whatever you want. And he went in. And listen to what he said when he went in. He was going to take Kyiv in 5 days, remember? Because it's part of the old Soviet Union. That's what he wanted to reestablish, Kyiv. And he, in fact, didn't do it at all.
The whole Russian-Ukraine thing
and they've lost over
fucking started
thousands and thousands of troops.
while Trump was in office.
500,000 troops.
He was
President Trump,
indicted
for 1 minute. I just want to go back to my
because he had a
original
meeting
question,
with
which is,
Zelensky
are Putin's terms
and
acceptable
basically
to keeping the territory in
essentially
Ukraine?
tried to
No,
blackmail
not
him
acceptable. But look,
with his
this is a
support,
war that never
and then
should
he
have
would give him
started.
weapons
If
and
we had a
missiles or
leader in
whatever.
this war,
And he got in trouble
he
for
led
that.
everybody along.
And
He's given
Zelensky was super
$200
uncomfortable by it.
billion
And you
now
can
or
see him in the
more
video, like,
to
being
Ukraine.
uncomfortable
He's
around
given
Trump.
$200 billion. That's a lot of money. I don't think there's ever been anything like it. Every time that Zelensky comes to this country, he walks away with $60 billion. He's the greatest salesman ever. And
As
I'm not
opposed to when
knocking
Trump
him.
was
I'm
in
not
charge and
knocking
he walked
anything.
away
I'm only saying
with a blackmail
the money
attempt
that we're spending
that
on
Trump
this
got in trouble
war,
for.
and we shouldn't be spending. It should have never happened. I will have that war settled.
It's one of the
between
reasons he's
Putin
now
and
the most
Zelensky
indicted president
as president
that's ever existed.
Before I take office on January 20th, I'll have that war settled. People being killed so needlessly, so stupidly, and I will get it settled, and I'll get it settled fast before I take office.
President Biden, you have a minute.
The fact is that
Sure.
Putin is a war criminal. He's killed thousands and thousands of people. And he has made one thing clear. He wants to reestablish what was part of the Soviet Empire, not just a piece. He wants all of Ukraine.
I believe
That's
that.
what he wants. And then you think he'll stop there?
Fuck Putin.
You think he'll stop when if he takes Ukraine? What do you think happens to Poland? What do you think of Belarus? What do you think happens to those NATO countries? And so if you want a war, you ought to find out what he's going to do, because if in fact he does what he says and walks away, by the way, all that money we give Ukraine are from weapons we make here in the United States. We give them the weapons, not the money at this point. And our NATO allies have produced as much funding for Ukraine as we have. That's why we're strong.
Thank you. Moving on to the Middle East.
Trump really wanted to say
In
something
October, Hamas attacked
He was, like,
Israel,
vibrating.
killing more than 1,000 people and taking hundreds of hostages. Among those held and thought to still be alive are 5 Americans. Israel's response has killed thousands of Palestinians and created a humanitarian crisis in Gaza.
then. Why does she have
President
2
Biden,
mics?
You've put forward a proposal
On her lapel.
to resolve this conflict.
She got that stereo
But so
lav
far,
set up.
Hamas has not released the remaining hostages, and Israel is continuing its military offensive in Gaza.
Biden looks
So what
surprised, like
additional
he's never heard
leverage
this before.
will you use
He's like, what?
to get Hamas and Israel to end
They're
the
doing
war?
what?
You have 2 minutes.
Number one, everyone from the United Nations Security Council,
Whoop,
straight
stutter.
through to the G7,
Careful.
to the Israelis and Netanyahu himself have endorsed the plan I put forward. Which has 3 stages to it. The first stage is trade the hostages for a ceasefire. Second phase is a ceasefire with additional conditions. The third phase is the end of the war. The only one who wants the war to continue.
You say no end to the war?
Number one. They're the only ones standing out. We're still
I think that was
hard
a little bit of a slip of the tongue.
to get them to accept. In the meantime, what's happened? In Israel, we're finding that the only thing I've denied Israel was 2,000-pound bombs. They don't work very well in populated areas. They kill a lot of innocent people. We're providing Israel with all the weapons they need and when they need them. And by the way, I'm the guy that organized the world against Iran when they had a full-blown intercontinental ballistic missile attack on Israel. No one was hurt. No one.
The Israel-Hamas thing is a very complicated thing for these two to have to
stopped.
debate.
We saved Israel. We are the biggest.
Because like the whole of America, the American public is like 50-50 torn.
And so that's they're
between like
things. Hamas cannot
who to support in
allow
that
to
issue.
Continue. We continue to send our experts and our intelligence people as to how they can get Hamas like we did bin Laden. You don't have to do it. And by the way, they've been greatly weakened, Hamas, greatly weakened, and they should be. They should be eliminated. But you've got to be careful for using certain weapons among population centers.
Just going back to Ukraine for 1 second.
Oh God.
We have an ocean.
Let me rewind so I could talk some more
the
shit.
European nations together have spent $100 billion or maybe more than that, less than us. Why doesn't he call them and say, you got to put up your money like I did with NATO? I got them to put up hundreds of billions of dollars. The Secretary General of NATO said Trump did the most incredible job I've ever seen. They wouldn't have.
My man, he did not say that.
Spending almost 100% of the money was paid by us. He didn't do that.
God, he really has to. It's like a Tourette's thing. He needs to stop
putting
putting words in people's mouths, and it's always the same words. Oh, you're the most amazing. No one's ever done as much as you've done. Blah blah blah. Tears in my eyes.
Israel and Hamas. Israel's the one that wants to go. He said
it makes him sound more like a liar when it's always the same thing that he says.
And you should let him go and let him
about everybody's opinions of him.
He's become like a Palestinian.
Like everyone turns into a hypnotized zombie.
Palestinian. He's a weak one.
President Biden, you have a minute.
I've never heard so much foolishness. This is a guy who wants to get out of NATO. You're going to stay in NATO? He's going to pull out of NATO.
Yeah, don't do that.
The idea that we have our strength lies in our alliances as well. It may be a big ocean, but we're ever able to.
There's a reason all that stuff was put together after World War.
Europe. What happens if, in fact, you have Putin continue to go into NATO? We have an Article 5 agreement. Attack on one is attack on all. You want to start the nuclear war he keeps talking about, go ahead. Let Putin go in and
you better keep the Allies strong, because
and then move on to Poland and other places.
There will be a World War III if someone feels like we can get away with it. And by someone, I mean Mr. Putin or Mr. Kim Jong, whoever
around the world
is in charge
Ukraine, including
in that
Japan
family
and South Korea, because they understand that this kind of dislocation has a serious threat to the whole world peace. No major war in Europe has ever been able to be contained just to Europe.
President Trump, just to follow up, would you support the creation of an independent Palestinian state in order to achieve peace in the region?
I'd have to see, but before we do that, the problem we have is that we spend all the money. So they kill us on trade. I made great trade deals.
Before I answer the question, you just asked me directly.
Because if you add them up, they're about the same size.
Let me keep on roasting the last thing the other guy said.
Their economy is about the same size as the United States.
It's happening every time now.
And
it's getting tiring.
No cars. No, they don't want anything that we have. But we're supposed to take their cars, their food, their everything, their agriculture. I changed that. But the big thing I changed is they don't want to pay. And the only reason that he can play games with NATO is because I got them to put up hundreds of billions of dollars. I said, and he's right about this, I said, no, I'm not going to support NATO if you don't pay. They asked me that question. Would you guard us against Russia at a very secret meeting of the 28 states at that time, nations at that time? And they said, no, if you don't pay, I won't do that. And you know what happened? Billions and billions of dollars came flowing in the next day and the next months. But now we're in the same position.
So he's bragging about
Let's turn to the issue of
holding protection of our allies hostage
about January 6, 2021,
until they all pay up.
That day.
Like America is like the fucking mafia for the rest of the world. Pay us our protection money before we'll do anything to help anybody. And he brags about it like that's a good thing that he did.
What do you say to voters who believe that you violated that oath through your actions and inaction on January 6th?
Ooh, January 6th, here we go.
Well, I don't think
Dig in.
believe that. And let me tell you about January 6th.
Oh, fuck, here we go.
On January 6th, We had a great border. Nobody coming through, very few.
The
On
border?
January 6th, we were energy independent. On January 6th, we had the lowest taxes
The first thing you
ever.
said about January
We had
6th
the
to bring it
lowest
back to the immigrants.
regulations ever. On
How?
January 6th, we were respected all over the world. All over the world, we were respected. And then he comes in, and we're now laughed at. We're like a bunch of stupid people. What happened to the United States' reputation under this man's leadership is horrible.
What does that have to do
Including
with January
weaponization, which I'm
6th?
sure at some point you'll be talking about, where he goes after his political opponent because he can't beat him fair and square.
He didn't go after
80
shit.
seconds left. My question was,
The law
what do
came
you
for
say
you,
to
not the
those
Democrats.
voters who believe that you
They don't control
violated
that
your
shit. The
constitutional
law
oath
controls
through your
itself
actions
against the
and
both of
on
you.
January 6, 2021, and worry that you'll do it again.
Well, I didn't say that to anybody. I said peacefully and patriotically. And Nancy Pelosi,
Yeah, sure, okay.
if you just watched the news from 2 days ago, on tape to her daughter, who's a documentary filmmaker, they say.
Film?
But she's saying, oh, no, it's my
Filmmaker?
responsibility. I was responsible for this. Because I offered her 10,000 soldiers or National Guard, and she turned them down. And the mayor in writing, by the way, the mayor, in writing, turned it down, the mayor of D.C. They turned it down. I offered 10,000 because I could see, I had virtually nothing to do. They asked me to go make a speech. I could see what was happening. Everybody was saying they're going to be there on January 6th. They're going to be there. And I
This is
said,
some
you know
bullshit,
what?
man.
There's a lot of people coming. You could feel it. You could feel it too, and you could feel it. And I said, they ought to have some.
So you have no
National Guard or
responsibility in the
whatever.
matter because everyone
And I
said no
offered
to
it
extra
her,
protection.
And she now admits that she turned
all the
it
bad
down,
shit that went
and
down
it was the
is not
same
your fault.
day. She was, I don't know, you can't be very
'Cause they didn't
happy with
protect
her daughter
themselves well
'cause it
enough.
made her into a liar. She said, I take
So
full
I can't be charged with assault if I
responsibility
punch you in
for
the face.
January
If you had
6th.
chances, if I gave you
President Biden?
opportunities to protect yourself before I punched you in the face.
He encouraged those folks to go up on Capitol Hill, number one. I sat in the dining room off the Oval Office. He sat there for 3 hours watching, begging, being begged by his vice president and a number of his colleagues on the Republican side as well to do something, to call for a stop, to end it. Instead, they talked about these people being patriots and great patrons of America. In fact, he says he'll now forgive them for what they've done. They've been convicted. He says he wants to commute their sentences.
Yeah, he said they did
And
nothing
saying
wrong.
That, no, but he went to every single court in the nation. I don't know how many cases, scores of cases, including the Supreme Court.
Just let
And
all
they
those criminals
said-
out of jail.
They said, no, this guy.
Because they were
is
breaking the law
responsible
in
for
his
doing
in
what
his
was
name.
done. He didn't do a damn thing.
It's more of
And
that
these people
ego,
should be in
more of that
jail.
narcissism.
And they should be the ones who are being
Protect
held
the
accountable.
criminals that are doing the
And he
crimes on
wants
your
to get them
behalf.
all out. And now he says if he loses again, such a
More
whiny
mafia
idiot is,
behavior.
that
He really was born out of
back.
time. He should have been
Thank you,
born in the
President Biden.
1940s,
President Trump?
50s.
What they've done to some people that are so innocent, you ought to be
Uh-uh.
ashamed of yourself. What you have done, how you've destroyed the lives of so many people. When they ripped down Portland, when they ripped down many other cities, you go to Minnesota, Minneapolis, what they've done there.
He didn't do
with the
shit. Once
fires
again,
all over
the
city.
legal
If I didn't
system.
bring in the National Guard, that city would have been destroyed. When you look at all of the, they took over big chunks of
They got
Seattle. I was
arrested
all set to bring
for
in
attacking the
National Guard.
Capitol, and
heard
they went
that.
to prison
saw
for it.
them
It's got nothing to do with the
coming, they left
Democrats.
Immediately. What he said about this whole subject is so off. Peacefully patriotic. One other
Nope.
thing. The unselect
I was
committee,
watching all that
which
stuff
is
live when it was going down.
basically
Ain't
two
nothing
horrible
peaceful about that
Republicans
shit.
that are all gone now, out of office, and Democrats, all Democrats. They destroyed.
Oh, yeah, the pink
and
diamond,
deleted
yeah.
all of the information they
I
found
did do
because
that.
They found out we were right. We were right. And they deleted and destroyed all of the information. They should go to jail for that. If a Republican did that, they'd go to jail.
Thank you, President Trump. President Biden, I want to give you a minute.
Okay,
The
man.
only person on this stage is a convicted felon is the man I'm looking at right now. And the fact of the matter is, what
Yep.
he's telling you is simply not true. The fact is that there was no effort on his part to stop what was going on.
We need more of
up
this
in Capitol
direct
Hill.
blasting
And all those
action.
people, every one of those who were convicted, to turned over desks, turned them over statues. The idea that those people are patriots, come on. When I asked
Yeah,
him
exactly,
the
come
first
on.
two debates we
It's
had, the
ridiculous.
debates we had first time around.
They're fucking
I said,
domestic
"Will you
terrorists.
Denounce the Proud Boys." He said, "No, I'll tell them to
Patriotic
stand
and
by."
peaceful, my ass.
The idea he's refusing to, will we denounce these guys? We denounce the people we're talking about now? We denounce the people who attacked that
You
Capitol?
won't.
What are you going to do?
You won't.
I'm going to give you a minute, President Trump, for a follow-up question I have.
He's
After
not
a jury
going to...
convicted you of 34 felonies last month, you said if reelected, you would, quote, have every right to go after, unquote, your political opponents.
good
you just
question.
talked about members of the Select Committee on January 6th going to jail. Your main political opponent is standing on stage with you tonight.
He literally did
Can you
say that.
clarify
He said he would
exactly
go
what it
after his
means about
opponents.
you feeling you
He would
have every
use the
right to go
law if he
after
was
your
in charge to
political
go after his opponents,
Well, I
which is
said
illegal.
My retribution is going to be success. We're going to make this country successful again, because right
No,
now
it's not what you
failing
said.
nation.
You're just
My
twisting it
retribution
now.
is going to be success. But when he talks about a convicted felon, his son is a convicted felon at a very high level. His son is
Not at a very
convicted,
high
and
level. He
convicted
had
probably
access
numerous
to
other times.
an
Should have been
unlicensed
convicted
handgun. He did some
before, but his
cocaine.
Justice Department let
It's not a
the
high
statute of
level.
limitations lapse on the most important things. But he could be a
a
convicted
junkie.
felon as soon as he gets out of office. Joe could be a convicted felon with all of the things that he's done. He's
What
done
fucking
horrible
things has he done that he's
All of
gonna
the
get convicted
death cause
for?
At the border, telling the Ukrainian people that we're going to want $1 billion or you change the prosecutor. Otherwise,
Oh
you're
my
not getting $1 billion. If I ever
Mr.
said
Projecting
that,
over here?
That's quid pro quo. That we're not going to do anything. We're not going to.
There is no quid pro quo. You can't go after someone who did fuck all just because you got got.
This man, you're lucky. You're lucky. I did nothing wrong. We'd have a system
Jesus
that was
fuck.
rigged and
I
disgusting.
don't even know what to say to
did
that.
Nothing wrong.
Thank you, President
did
Trump.
nothing
President
wrong.
Biden, you have said, I'm coming right to you, sir. You
Did 30-something counts of wrong last I checked.
The idea that I did anything wrong relative to what you're talking about is outrageous. It's simply a lie, number one. Number two, the idea that you have a right to seek retribution against any American just because you're president is wrong. It's simply
Yeah,
wrong.
exactly.
No president's ever spoken like that before. No president in our history has spoken
It's
like
because
that
he's
before.
not. He's
Number
not a
three,
leader. He's not a president.
crimes that you are still charged with.
He
I think
literally
you're
acts like
civil
a
penalty.
thug,
How many
like someone who
millions of
thinks
dollars
that
do you owe in
the
civil
way
penalty
leadership works
for-
is the same way it
for
works in
molesting
the
a
fucking
woman in public,
Godfather.
for doing a whole range of things, of having
You know,
sex with a
backroom
porn
dealing,
star,
you pat
on
my,
the
my
night
back, I pat
when
yours
your
stuff,
wife was
street
pregnant.
thuggery,
I mean, what are you talking about?
protection money
You really have the
rackets,
morals of
that
an
kind of,
alley cat.
those kind of ideas, but
Give
just
him that, sir.
I
upgraded
didn't
to
have sex
government
with a
level.
porn star, number one. Number two, that was a case that was started and moved. They moved a high-ranking official, a DOJ, into the Manhattan DA's office to start that case. That case is going to be appealed and won. We had a very
Nah.
terrible judge, a
Let's see
horrible
about
judge,
that.
Democrat. The prosecutor were all high-ranking Democrats, appointed people, and both the civil and the criminal. He basically went after his political opponent because he thought it was going to damage me. But when the public found out about these cases,
I'm
'cause
so
they
sick of
understand it
hearing
better than
that.
He does. He has no idea what these cases are.
He didn't do
But when
anything.
when they
The
found out
fucking
about these
legal
cases,
system
you know
came
what
for
they
you,
did?
'cause that's what they
My
do.
poll numbers went up way
They are
up.
not
You know that
Republican
because
or
you're reporting
Democratic.
it, and we took in more money in the
Things
last
like the
2
CIA, the
weeks than we've
FBI,
ever taken in the
the
history
high
of
levels of law
any
and order in
campaign. I
America
don't
have
think
nothing to
any
do with the
campaign
two sides
has
of
ever
government.
taken hundreds of
They will
millions of
investigate
dollars
anyone
came
for any
pouring in
wrongdoing.
because
That's
the
their
public
job.
knows it's a scam, and it's a guy that's after his political opponent because he can't win fair and square.
Thank you, President Trump. President
See, that's just
Biden,
all
you
just
have said,
bullshit.
quote, Donald Trump
It's
and
just
his
more stuff
MAGA
he's pulling out of his
Republicans
ass.
are determined to destroy American democracy. Do you believe that the tens of millions of Americans who are likely to vote for President Trump will be voting against American democracy?
The more they know about what
Pretty
he's
much,
done,
yeah.
yes.
A lot
The
of
more
them
they
don't
know
realize
about
they
what
are.
he's done. And there's a lot more
Because they listen to
coming. He's got
Trump's
a lot of
bullshit instead of,
cases
like,
on the road
look at the
coming out.
facts.
He's got a whole range of issues. he
And all
has
the
to
bigger
face.
picture.
I don't know what the juries will do, but I do know.
He
has
ain't
a real
democratic.
problem.
Doesn't
And
give a
so
shit about
the
any of that
fact
stuff.
Could you ever think you heard any president say?
He
that
just
I'm
wants the
gonna seek
clout,
retribution?
and he just wants
You ever heard any
money.
president say that?
Or some
he thought
combination
he had some
between
good
the two.
ideas? What got me involved to run in the first place after my son had died, I decided in Iraq, because of Iraq, I said I wasn't going to run again until I saw what happened in Charlottesville, Virginia. People coming out of the woods carrying swastikas on torches, and singing the same anti-Semitic bile they sang when back in Germany. And the young woman got killed. I
Why
spoke
laugh
to the
at that?
mother, and
Why is he
they
laughing
asked
at
him,
that?
He said, what do you think of those people? The people the ones who got killed, the one who tried to stop it, and the ones he said, I think they're fine people on both sides. What
He did say
American
that?
president would ever say Nazis coming out of fields carrying torches, singing the same anti-Semitic bile?
The Proud
carrying
Boys?
swastikas,
What did he say?
We're fine people. And this is the guy who says Hitler's
Stand
done
back
some good
and-
things. I'd like to know what they are. The good things Hitler's done, that's what he said. This guy has no sense of American democracy.
Stay proud and stand back
Jake,
or something?
Both of you know that
His
sir
little
has been
wolf whistle?
totally wiped out. because when you see the sentence, it said 100% exoneration on this. So he just keeps it going. He says he ran because of Charlottesville. He didn't run because of Charlottesville. He ran because it was his last chance. He's not equipped to be president. You know it, and I know it. It's ridiculous. We have a debate. We're trying to justify his presidency.
You can say Biden's not equipped to be president all you want, just based on the age thing, but the idea that Trump is fit to be president is more laughable.
About it. There's nothing to debate. He made up the Charlottesville story, and you'll see it's debunked.
Leader of
all over the place.
the free world, the biggest country,
every
like
reasonable actor has debunked it. And
what
just
could
the
be,
other
what
day
is
it
supposed
came
to be
out
one of the
where
most
it was
powerful
fully
countries in the world,
debunked.
should not be
It's
some
a nonsense
child,
story. He knows
some
that,
thug,
and he didn't run because of
some
Charlottesville.
egotist.
He used that as an excuse to run.
President Biden?
And debunk.
an adulterer and an
All you have to do is
idolater.
listen to what was said at the time, and the idea that somehow that's the only reason I ran. I ran because I was worried a guy like this guy could get elected. If he thought they were good people coming out of that forest, carrying those woods, carrying those torches, then he didn't deserve to be president. Didn't deserve to be president at all. And the idea that he's talking about all this being fabricated, we saw with our own eyes. We saw what happened on January 6th. We saw the people break.
See, that's the thing.
windows.
That's what it keeps
We saw people
coming back to
occupying
for me.
His own vice president. Look,
I've
there's
always
a
watched
reason
this stuff
why
live and paid
40
attention to
of
things
his
that
44
a lot of those things that went down,
cabinet
and
officers refused to
a lot of
endorse
us
him
were
this
there and saw
time.
it when it
His vice
happened.
president hasn't endorsed him this time. So why? Why? They know him well.
You can't
They
just
serve
like
with him.
change
Why
history
are they
after the
not
fact by
endorsing
just
him?
saying it's something else.
Thank you, President Biden. We're going to be
But he
right
does
back
that,
with more from the
and he has a
CNN
huge base of people that
presidential
go along with it for some reason. Like they actually believe he can change history, or are just so stupid they don't actually know about any of that stuff. They weren't paying attention, so they just take their idea of they just take their knowledge of all the stuff directly from Trump, of whatever he says reality is. It's kind of scary, actually. That's why everyone calls it culty behavior. This is how cults work. Your reality is what your cult leader tells you it is, and not what it actually is. What it actually is doesn't matter. It just goes off a little bit. Debate night in America. Tuning in to CNN live stream. Coming at you 1 hour 30. Need to pee soon. I can feel it in my spleen. Commercial break in progress. Programming will resume momentarily. Stars and stripes. Democracy on the line. Stars and stripes. Democracy on the line. They're coming for your babies. They're gonna give you rabies. I'm thinking about the immigrant werewolves that Trump is always warning everyone else about. Immigrant werewolves. Nothing scarier for Republicans. With the possible exception of just actual regular brown people. Pretty sure they would freak out more if they saw just a regular Mexican than if they saw a real life goddamn werewolf. How long is this commercial break? Ah, wait. There it is. What a forest fire this has been.
Live from Georgia. Let's talk about persistent
What's the
challenges
point of all
you
this,
both
really?
faced in your first terms, and you'd certainly face again.
This
in the
isn't
second
solving
term.
anything.
President Biden, while black unemployment dropped to a record low under your presidency, black families still earn far less than white families. Black mothers are still 3 times more
African American
likely to
issues in
die
America.
of pregnancy-related causes, and black Americans are imprisoned at 5 times the rate of white Americans. What do you say to black voters who are disappointed that you haven't made more progress?
They acknowledge they made a lot of progress, number one.
It's tough to make meaningful progress in 4 years, to be fair, but
that have been started at any time in history.
I don't know what the stats
Number
are
two,
personally.
The wages of black unemployment is the lowest level it's been in a long, long time. Number 3, we're trying to provide housing for black Americans and dealing with the segregation that exists among these corporate these corporations that collude to keep people out of their houses. And in addition to that, we find that the impact on the choice.
The supposed cold that he has right now
relative to childcare
sounds like his voice is getting drier and drier as the night goes on.
Piece of legislation in the past.
He's going to sound just older and older the longer this debate goes for.
Childcare costs, I cut them in half. We got to make sure we.
I know people were saying after the fact that they're just using that as an excuse for his performance because they didn't say anything about his cold before the debate happened.
Because more people can be in the
and whether or not it's an excuse or not,
there's more to be
you
done,
can hear it.
Considerably more to be done. But
and he regularly clears his throat and coughs a lot too.
And they know it.
You have
It doesn't sound
49
well.
seconds left. What do you say to black voters who are disappointed with the progress so far?
I say I don't blame them for being disappointed. Inflation is still hurting them badly. For example, I provided for
See, that's something that Trump struggles to do.
Family, first-time
have
homeowners
actual
get a
modesty
$10,000
and
tax credit
accept
to be able to buy their
something
first
as
home
it is
so they
and
can get
essentially
started.
apologize
I
for
made
it and
sure
say, I
we're
don't
in a
blame
situation where
such and such
all
for
those
feeling
black
this way. It
families
is a
or
big
black
problem.
individuals who provided, had to take
Like
out
Trump's
student
version of
loans
answering a question like that is always just like
that if they were engaged
to
in
just
nursing,
change the reality of the situation. Like, oh no, it's not bad.
anything having to do with volunteerism.
The situation isn't
If they
shitty,
paid
and it's
their
all because of
bills
me.
for
I'm
10
great.
years and their student
Which
debt,
is
all the rest
cringe
should
every
be
single
given
time it
after 10
happens.
years. Millions have benefited from that, and we're going to do a whole lot more for black families.
Thank you, President Trump.
And he caused the inflation. He's blaming inflation.
Or just
and he's right, it's
straight up
very
just
bad.
bullying and
He
insulting
caused
people
the inflation, and it's killing
and throwing
black
everyone
families
else under
and
the bus but
Hispanic
himself,
families and
including
just about
people on his
everybody.
side.
It's killing people.
She does
They
a
can't buy
shocking
groceries
amount of time.
anymore. They can't. You look at the cost of food where it's doubled.
He really does at a shocking amount of
tripled and
times.
Quadrupled. They can't.
His own
live.
vice president.
They're not living anymore. He caused
His own
this
lawyer.
inflation. I gave him.
Who was
a
covering up
country
for him
with
for the Stormy Daniels
essentially
thing.
No inflation. It was perfect. It was so good. All he had to do is leave it alone. He destroyed it with his Green New scam and all this money that's being thrown out the window. He caused inflation. As sure as you're sitting there, the fact is that his big kill on the black people is the millions
His
of people
big
that he's
kill?
allowed to come in through the border. They're taking black jobs.
Oh
now.
my
And
God.
it could be 18. It could be 19 and even 20 million.
He's back
people.
on the
They're
immigration
taking black
thing.
Jobs, and they're taking Hispanic jobs, and you haven't seen it yet, but you're going to see something that's going to be the
Jesus
worst in our
H.
history.
Thank you. President Biden?
There was no inflation when I became president. You know why?
Even on the black
economy was
issues thing, he
flat
brings
on
it back
its
to the
back.
racist shit.
15% unemployment. He decimated the economy, absolutely decimated the economy. That's why there was no inflation at the time. There were no jobs. We provided thousands of millions of jobs for individuals who are in all communities, including minority communities. We made sure that they have health insurance. We have covered, if the ACA has increased, I made sure that they're $8,000 per person in a family to get written off for health care. But this guy wants to eliminate that. They tried 50 times. He wants to get rid of the ACA again, and they're going to try again if they win. You find ourselves in a position where the idea...
What's the ACA
that we're
stand
not
for
doing
again?
any-
I don't
put
recall.
we put more police on the street than any administration has. He wants to cut the cops. We're providing for equity and making sure people have a shot to make it. There's a lot going on, but in inflation, he caused it by his tremendous malfeasance in the way he handled the pandemic.
Thank
You
you.
struggle a bit
Another
to get the word
persistent
malfeasance
challenge
out
is
there.
The climate crisis.
Got there
2023
eventually.
was the hottest year in recorded history, and communities across
Oh, here comes climate
the
change.
country are confronting the devastating effects of extreme heat, intensifying wildfires, stronger hurricanes, and rising sea levels. Former President Trump,
Yeah,
you
this is gonna be a
vowed to
real
end
question
your
for the
opponent's
Republican side.
climate initiatives, but will you take any action as president to slow the climate crisis?
Well, let me just go back to what he said about the police, how close
What
the
the
police
fu-
are to him. Almost every police group in the nation from every state is supporting
Biden's staring at
Donald
him right
Trump.
now.
Almost every police group.
He's
and
like,
what he's done to the black
"Bro,
population.
she asked you
is
about
horrible,
climate change."
including the fact that for 10 years he called them super predators. We can't in the 1990s. We can't forget that super predators.
He's
was
actually-
his name.
Biden's actually
And he
thinking
called
right
it
now,
don't-
"Did I?"
And they've taken great offense at it.
can't
and now
remember
they
if I
see
did
it
or didn't.
happening. But when they see what I did for criminal justice reform and for the historically black colleges and universities, where I funded them and got them all funded, and the opportunity zones with with Tim, as you know. Tim Scott was incredible. He did a great job, great senator from South Carolina. He came to me with the idea, and it was a great idea. It's one of the most successful economic development acts ever in the country, opportunity zones. And the biggest beneficiary are blacks. And that's why we have the best numbers with
Is he going to get to climate at any point?
Ever. They're saying ever. I read this morning where
I love the fact that it actually has a question on screen.
He's lost much
Is Trump going to take any action to slow the climate crisis? And we're listening to him talk about the police and the black population.
Hispanics. But wait till you see these millions of people pouring into our country, and they're going to take
And there's the immigrants again.
It's already started, and you haven't seen anything yet. It's a disaster.
Are the immigrants causing climate
38
change,
seconds
Trump?
left. President Trump, will you take any action as president to slow the climate crisis?
So I want absolutely immaculate clean water, and I want absolutely clean air, and we had it. We had H2O. We had the best numbers
H2O.
ever. And we were using all forms of energy, all forms, everything. And yet, during my 4 years, I had the best environmental numbers ever.
What does
And
that
my
mean?
top environmental people gave me that statistic just before I
We
walked
had all
on
the
stage,
best
actually.
numbers. We had the cleanest water, the cleanest air. We had all the
I don't know where the hell
energies.
he's been.
That's your
idea
answer to, what are you going to do to help
It's
slow the
true.
climate
I
crisis?
passed the most extensive
What the
extensive
what the
climate
fuck
change
was that?
legislation in history. In history.
I don't know what just
We
happened.
find ourselves, and by the way, black colleges.
When Trump doesn't know what to
came up with
say,
$15 billion
he just
for
sucks his own
HBCUs,
dick for
historic
like
black
2
universities
minutes
and colleges,
straight
because they don't
about
have-
nothing in
they don't
particular.
have the kind of
We have all the best
contributors
insert
that they
things
have
here.
to
That
build
wasn't the
these
question.
laboratories and the like. Any black student is capable in college of doing anything
Good
black
Lord.
student can do. They just don't have the money, but now they'll be able to get those jobs in high tech. We're in a situation where the idea
This
that
is why
he is claiming
this is why this
to
whole
have
thing is
done
pointless.
something that had the cleanest water, he hadn't done a damn thing for the environment. He pulled out of the Paris Peace Accord.
Both of them are just going to do the things that they do, and it's not going to convince anyone any further in one way or the other.
Celsius at any one point where there's no way back. The only existential threat to humanity is
Oh, hey,
climate
Jeannie.
change, and he didn't do a damn
50
thing
now.
about it. He wants
Wait
to
a
do
minute.
all that I've done.
Oh no, it's got
Paris
less than 30
Accord
minutes
was gonna
left. There's
cost
no way
us $1 trillion,
it's 15 hours.
And China nothing, and Russia nothing, and India nothing. It was a ripoff of the United States. And I ended
Hey.
it because I didn't want to waste that
Oh,
money.
you went
because
for
they treated
15
us
hours.
horribly. We were
God
the only
damn.
ones. It was costing us money. Nobody else was paying into it. And it was a disaster. But everything that he
That
said
booty
just
gonna be
now- I'll give you an
tender.
example. I heard him say before insulin. I'm the one that got the insulin down for the seniors. I took care of the seniors. What he's doing is destroying all of our medical programs because the migrants coming in, they want everybody.
Oh, you just
and
went
I
hard
have-
to beat it in
I
a
have
sitting?
The biggest heart in the state.
In that
I
one
guarantee
sitting?
you that. And I want to take care of people.
Kinda
But
like
we're
what I did.
Destroying our country. They're taking over our schools, our hospitals, and they're going to be taking over Social Security.
Oh my God, he's back on
He
the
is
immigration
destroying
thing
Social
again.
Security, Medicare and Medicaid.
How does it keep ending up back here? He's being extra
The idea
racist
is
tonight, and that's the only thing he's
we,
supposed to
in
not
fact,
do.
We're
Can you
the
see him
only
not
ones of
racist for, like,
consequence who are not,
one debate?
We're not members of the Paris Accord.
That's how you
How
win.
can we
Just
do
don't seem
anything
racist.
if we're not able to-
He
the
can't do
United
it.
States can't get its under control.
Don't seem
One of the
racist,
largest
don't seem
polluters in the
old.
world,
They
number
both
one.
end up
We're
being
making
extra
significant
old and
progress.
extra
By
racist.
2035, we will have
This debate has done
pushing
nothing.
half. We have made significant progress, and we're continuing to make progress. We set up a climate corps for thousands of young people will learn how to.
Thanks for
deal
actually
with
talking
this,
about the climate
Peace
issue
Corps.
that you guys
And
got
we're
asked about
We're moving in directions that
fucking
are going
10 minutes ago.
change the elements of cause of pollution. But the idea that he claims that he has the biggest heart up here and he's really concerned about,
Almost thought he said hard on.
about pollution and about
The claim that he has the biggest heart
I don't
on.
see any indication of that. And by the way,
Absolutely ridiculous.
With regard to prescription drugs,
Check behind this
one
podium.
company
I'll
agreed
show you
that they
something.
would reduce the price to $35, which I was calling for, one, voluntarily. I made sure every company in the world, every pharmaceutical company, cannot have to pay.
Thank you.
And by the way,
Oh, nope, you're done.
So every day,
He seems very
millions of
disappointed.
Americans struggle just to make ends
I felt really
meet.
bad
many
for him
older
just then.
Americans,
He looked like a
Social
really
Security
sad old man
provides
for a
critical
second.
lifeline. President
Oh, you
Biden,
wouldn't let me
nothing
finish.
is
I had a
done
lot of
to
good
Social
points to make.
Security. Seniors will see their benefits cut in just over 10 years. Will you name tonight one specific step that you're willing to take to keep Social Security solvent?
yes, make
Jake
it very
Tapper's
welcome
hair
again to
people
pay
were
their
on
fair
point
share.
tonight.
Right now, everybody making under $170,000.
There's that cold
pays
again. I heard it.
of their income,
A lot of
of
coughing.
their paycheck, every single time they get a paycheck from the time of the first one they get when they're 18 years old. The idea that they're going to, I'm proposing that everybody, they pay, the millionaires pay 1%. So no one I would not raise the cost of Social Security for anybody under $400,000. After that, I began to make the wealthy begin to pay their fair share by increasing.
God, I
from
get stressed
1%
every time he
beyond
starts to
be able
sound like he's
guarantee
about to go off the
programs
rails.
of life.
So you still have 82 seconds left. Are there any other measures that you think that would be able to help keep Social Security solvent, or is that one enough?
Only that I'd like to kick
one
President
enough to
Trump
keep
right
us
in the
solvent.
head.
The biggest thing he'll do
Puts
is
his
defeat this
aviators
man
on,
because
does a
he wants to get
roundhouse.
rid of Social Security. He thinks there's plenty to cut in Social Security. He's wanted to cut Social Security and Medicare both times. And and if you look at the program put forward by the House Republican caucus, that
He has the
has
same idle
supports,
animation when he
is in
disagrees with
fact
something.
Want to cut it as well.
He smiles.
The idea that
He shakes his
we
head like
don't
he's
need
saying,
to
nope,
protect
nope,
our
that's not
seniors
correct.
is ridiculous.
And then he goes into that
and by the
back
way,
straight smug posture where he's
American
like,
public has greater health care coverage today than ever before.
it's like he has a canned
And
animation
as I said,
for
we're
his
in a circumstance
idle
where
disagreement moments.
400,000 people, 40 million people would not have insurance because they have a pre-existing condition. Only thing that allows them to have that insurance is the fact that they, in fact, are part of the ACA. And by the way, the other thing is, we're in a situation where I talk about education for black communities. I've raised the amount of money for Pell Grants by another $8,000. So anybody making under
We're sliding back to the
$70,000
black
a year
community
can
issue
be
from
able to
before.
Get $15,000.
They keep on
towards tuition.
backtracking to things they want to finish saying about
you just don't
previous
know what he's
questions,
talking
and it makes
Thank you,
things
President Vice
confusing
President Trump.
sometimes.
So I've dealt with politicians all my life. I've been on this side
Like
of
the pressure, I think the
equation
pressure is
the
on for
last
both of them,
8 years.
and they're just all over the fucking map.
I've never seen anybody lie like this guy. He lies. I've never seen it. He could look you in the face. About so many other things too. And we mentioned the laptop. We mentioned Russia.
Motherfucker.
Ukraine. Everything he does is a lie.
The fucking
It's
irony up in this
misinformation
piece right now.
and disinformation.
Jesus Christ.
The losers and suckers story that he
Pot
made up is a total
meat
lie
kettle.
on the military. It's a disgrace.
I believe he
But
calls you
Social
black.
Security, he's destroying it because millions of people are pouring into our country, and they're putting them onto Social
Jesus,
Security.
nothing-
They're putting them onto Medicare, Medicaid.
nothing throws
They're
my
putting
brain
them
into
in
a
our
tizzy
hospitals. They're taking the
harder
place of
than
our citizens
Trump
there. What they're doing to the VA, to our
accusing
veterans
other
is
people of
unbelievable.
being,
Our veterans are living in the street, and these people are living in luxury hotels.
of liars, of
He
being
doesn't know
liars.
what he's doing, and it's really coming back.
When he does the whole like, oh, I've never been a bigger liar before in my life, it's like, dude,
President Biden?
The idea
that's your
not
whole
been
thing.
taken care of. I told
You've
you
done
before.
nothing but do
By
that
the
this
way, when
entire
he said
debate
suckers
even.
and losers, he said he acknowledged after that he fired that general.
I don't even
That
have to
general got
debate.
fired.
I don't even have to
Because he's the one
fact
who's
check
acknowledged
half the things
that
he
that's what
says.
he
Like
said. He was the one standing with
there's
Trump
so many things
when
he says
said
that I was actually like
number one.
there
Number
for
two,
live when
the
they
idea
happened or
that
when they
we're
were
gonna be in a
said, and it's
situation
like,
where
bro, I know that you're full
all
of shit.
these millions and millions of way
We
talks
were
about
there.
Illegal aliens are coming into the country and taking away our jobs. There's a reason why we have the fastest growing economy in the world. The reason why we have the most successful economy in the world. We're doing better than any other nation in the world. And by the way, those 15 Nobel laureates he talked about being phony, those 15 Nobel laureates, economists, they all said that if Trump is reelected, we're likely to have a recession and inflation is going to increasingly go up. And by the way, worst president in history, 159 presidential scholars voted him the worst president in the history of the United States of America.
President Biden, thank you so much. Let's turn to the cost of child care, which
I want to hear more of the direct slander. Where's the part where they get to stand and insult each other?
Tried to address this issue, but the average cost of child care in this country has risen to more than $11,000.
There is no
a year
way
per
Trump is going to
child.
answer this
For many
question. He's going
families,
to
the
attack
cost of
what
childcare for two
Biden
children
said
is
directly.
more than
Watch.
their rent.
He's
In
thinking
your
about what he's
second
about to
term,
say
what would you do to make
to the last
childcare
thing that
more
Biden said.
affordable?
Just to go back,
No,
the
you-
general got fired because he was no good. And if he said that, that's why
what
he
did I
made
just
it up.
say?
But we have 19
He
people
completely
that said I
ignored
didn't
Jake
say it,
Tapper's
and they're very
question.
highly respected,
All
much
he wants to
respect
do
him.
is throw the
The
shit
other
back
thing is,
across the aisle.
he doesn't fire people. He never fired people. I've never seen him fire anybody. I did fire a lot. I fired Comey.
Dude,
because he
Biden's
was
just
no good.
staring
I
at him
fired a lot
like,
of the
what
top
the fuck
people
is he talking
at
about?
The FBI drained the swamp. They were no good. Not easy to fire people. You'd pay a price.
Look at the
for it,
question at the
but
bottom
they
of the
were
screen
no
right
good. I
now.
inherited
What
these
would
people. I
Trump
didn't
do
put
to
him
make
there. He put
childcare
Comey
more
there. He was no
affordable?
good.
I'm sorry,
I
what?
fired him. This guy hasn't fired anybody.
Something about
He never
firing
fired-
generals?
He should have fired Every military man that was involved with that Afghan...
Biden was supposed to fire all the military generals
horror
involved with the
show,
Afghanistan
most
issue.
embarrassing moment in the history of our
Because it was
country.
embarrassing.
He didn't fire. Did you fire anybody? Did you fire anybody that's on the border that's allowed us to have the
And
worst
that's supposed
border
to
in the
help
history of the world?
make
Anybody
childcare
fired
more
for allowing
affordable?
18
How?
million people, many from prisons, many from mental institutions. Did you fire anybody that allowed our country to be destroyed?
Oh my God, he's back to the
Joe,
immigrants
our
again.
country is being
Every
destroyed because
single
you and I sit up here
question,
and waste
he
a lot
finds
of
a
time
way
on this
to bring
debate.
it back
This shouldn't be
to
a debate.
immigrants from
He's the worst
insane
president.
asylums and
He just said
terrorist
about me
cells.
because I said it. But look, he's the worst president in the history of our country. He's
There
destroyed
we
our
go.
country. Now all of a sudden he's trying to get a little tough on the border. He came out with a...
If we're going to just throw shit
a nothing
across
deal.
the aisle,
And
we
it
might as well
reduced
just
it a
get
little
straight
bit,
to the
A
insults.
little bit, like this much. It's
He's the worst
insignificant.
president.
He wants open borders. He wants our country to either be destroyed or he wants to pick up
He
those people
can't
as voters.
stop
And
talking
I don't think
about the
we're just
scary
gonna let it
ethnics
happen.
across the
If
border.
he wins this election,
He's mentioned
our
them
country doesn't have a
600
chance, not
times
even a
during
chance
every single
of coming out
question.
of this rut. We probably won't have a country left
He
anymore.
took
That's
the
how bad it is.
abortion
It was the
question
worst in history by
and
far.
somehow railroaded that to talking about the immigrants
the most
again.
admired country in the world. We're the United States of America.
Oh,
There's
shit.
nothing beyond our capacity. We have the finest military in the history of the world, the finest in the history of the world. No one thinks we're weak.
Hey, Biden's
No
fired
one
up all of a sudden.
wants to screw around with us. Nobody.
Grandpa woke
Number
up.
one. Number two, the idea that we're talking about worst presidents. I wasn't joking. Look it up or go online. 159.
By the way, we're supposed to be
58 to one
talking
exact
about
number.
childcare,
That's historians.
making childcare
They had
affordable.
meetings and they voted who's the worst president in American history. One through best to worst.
But hey, I'm
They
not
said he was
complaining.
The worst in all of American history. That's a fact. That's not.
That's a
that's
fact,
not
Jack.
conjecture.
Wait, where's
You
my
can argue
Biden
they're wrong,
where's
but
my
that's what they
Biden
voted.
glasses?
The idea that he is knowing
It's a fact, Jack.
doing anything to deal with child care. He did for virtually nothing to child care.
Oh, hey, he brought it back to child care.
The child care tax credit.
Bro.
He should significantly increase the availability of women and men or single parents to be able to go back to work. And we should encourage businesses to have.
Thank you, President
childcare
Biden.
facilities.
President Trump, the question was
Ah.
about what would you do to make
It's not a good look when
childcare
you
affordable
have to
once
get
again?
cut off like that,
Just
to be
so you
honest.
understand, we have polling, we have other things.
You got to try to bring
that
it back
they're
down, you know what I
really
mean? You got to
worse.
try to land it.
Because
You got
what
to try
he's
to
done
stick
is
the
so
landing
bad.
before you get cut off.
And they rate me, I'll show you, I will show you. And they rate me one of the best, okay? And if I'm given another
Sorry for
4
pulling the
years,
same
I
laugh
will
that
be the
Biden
best.
just
I
did,
think I'll
but
be the best.
that was a
Nobody's ever
typical
created an economy
pulled right
like
out of the
us.
ass
Nobody ever
Trump
cut
brag.
taxes like us.
That was actually
He's
the best
only one that
president.
He wants to raise your taxes by 4 times. He wants to raise everybody's taxes by 4 times. He wants the Trump tax cuts to expire, so everybody, including the 2 of you, are going to pay 4 to 5 times. Nobody ever heard of this before. All my life, I
What
grow up
the
and I see
fuck?
politicians talking about cutting taxes. When we cut taxes, as I said, we did more business. Apple and
You
all
cut
these
taxes
companies,
for the
they were
rich
bringing
fucking
money
million-dollar
back into our country.
corporations and shit.
The worst president in history by far.
It was
and
worse for the
everybody knows it.
working man.
President Biden?
Look, fact of the matter is that he's dead wrong about. He's increased the.
He's
tariff.
not dead wrong. He
will
outright
increase
lies.
The, taxes
He knows
on the
this
middle-class
shit.
People. I said I'd never raise a tax on anybody making.
He just says whatever sounds good. I don't even know if he knows
His
what
tariff
the
10%
truth
tariff.
is.
Everything coming in the
He just
country,
makes
no matter
everything
what
up as he goes
Congress
along.
says, that's going to cost the average American $2,500 a year more because they're going to have to pay the difference in food and all the things that we're importing. Number 2, he's in a situation where he talks about how he has not raised, he somehow helped the middle class. Middle class have been devastated by you. Now you want
That's what I was saying. Exactly what I said.
Over the next 10 years, which is going to fundamentally bankrupt the
The
country.
problem is he
You have
convinces
the
the middle
largest
class
deficit of any
he's
president
doing
in
things
American
like
history.
lowering
Number
or
one.
removing
Number two,
taxes
you have not, in fact,
when
made
all he's
any
doing is doing
contact,
that for like
any-
his rich mates
any progress with China. We
and
have
hurting
lowest
the
trade deficit
little
with China
man. But the
since
little man are the ones that are the ones that
Thank you,
vote him
President
in,
Biden.
thinking that it's
Thank you,
gonna
President Biden.
it's gonna
Let's
benefit them
discuss
because they're
the
too fucking
epidemic
stupid to know what he's actually
impacting
doing.
Americans that both of you have made a top priority in your first term, the opioid crisis. And for both of you, the number
You heard
of
me.
overdose
You're stupid.
deaths in this country has gone up.
If you listen to
Under
Trump,
your
you're
term,
stupid.
It went up. Under your term, it has gone up. Former President Trump, despite the efforts that both of you have made,
It's like proven
more than 100,000
grifter.
Americans are dying from overdoses
Let's
every
listen
year,
to the proven
primarily
grifter.
from fentanyl and other opioids.
Let's
What
not
will you
learn
do
any
to help
lessons. How about that?
Americans right now in the throes of addiction?
We've been taught this
who are
lesson
struggling to get the
650
treatment they
times
need?
over the course of 4 to
To
5
finish up,
years.
We now have the largest
Let's not learn a thing.
deficit in the history of our country under this guy. We have the largest deficit with China. He gets paid by China. He's a Manchurian candidate. He gets money from China.
Oh my!
So I think he's afraid to deal with them or something. But do you notice he never took out?
This is
my
not
tariffs
debating.
because we bring
You
in
can't
so
just
much
make
money with
stuff
the
up.
tariffs that I imposed on China.
Oh, he's a
He never
Manchurian
took them
candidate.
away.
He's a
He can't
sleeper
because it's
cell
too much
agent.
money. It's tremendous.
For
And he
China.
saved our steel
He has a
industries,
safe
and
word.
There was more to come, but he hasn't.
If
done
you say
that.
Constantinople,
And he hasn't
Biden's
cut
going
the
to snap into
tariffs
kill
because
mode.
He can't because it's too much money. But he's got the largest deficit in the
Cool,
history
man.
of our country, and he's got the
Cool
worst
debate.
the worst situation with China. China's going to own us if you keep allowing them to do what they're doing to us as a country.
Can we put a ban
They are
on Trump being
killing
allowed
us
to
as
say
a
the word
country,
China?
Joe, and you can't let that happen.
I don't
You're
like hearing the
destroying
way
our
he
country.
pronounces that word. It's
So,
icky.
President Trump, you have 67 seconds left. The question was, what are you going to do to
China.
help Americans in the throes of addiction right now who are struggling to get the treatment they need?
Jake, we were doing very well at addiction until the
Oh,
COVID came along. We had
He's
2.5,
actually
almost 3 years
answering a
like
question
nobody's
asked?
ever had before.
Wow.
Any country in every
Look at
way.
that.
And then we had to get tough, and it was the drugs pouring across the border were it started to increase. We got great equipment. We bought the certain dog that's the most incredible thing that you've ever seen, the way they can spot it. We did a lot, and we were getting very low numbers, very, very low numbers. Then
We
he
bought a
came
certain
along.
dog.
The numbers, have you seen the numbers?
It's an amazing
now?
dog.
It's not only the 18 million people that I believe is even low because the gotaways, they don't even talk about gotaways.
Is Biden trying to
The
parse what
numbers
he's going
of-
on about?
The amount of drugs and human trafficking in women.
So
coming
they bought a
across our
super
border.
drug sniffing
The
dog? Is
worst
that what
thing
he's
I've ever
bragging
seen.
about?
At numbers that
They already
nobody's
had
ever
drug
seen
sniffing
under
dogs.
him because the border's so bad.
For a second, I thought,
But
oh,
the
they're back to the
number of
immigrants.
drugs coming across our border now is the largest we've ever had by far.
Oh, the immigrants cross the border.
Fentanyl and the
Everyone be
byproducts
scared of the
fentanyl went
darkies.
down for a while. And I wanted to make sure we used the machinery that can detect
When he first
fentanyl.
talked about
These big
buying some
machines
super
that roll
dog, I
over
thought he was
and
talking
comes
about
across
the
border.
Boston
And it costs a lot of
Dynamics
money.
robot dog
That
stuff.
was part of this deal.
I thought that was
It's
what he was talking
bipartisan
about.
Deal. More fentanyl machines.
We got this cool cyber dog. It's pretty badass. Vote for us.
Drugs, more numbers of agents, more numbers of all the people at the border. And when we had that deal done, he called his Republican colleagues, said, "Don't do it. It's going to hurt me politically." No, he never argued it's not a good bill. It's a really good bill. We need those machines. We need those machines. And we're coming down very hard in every country.
I remember that
in
controversy
terms
as
of
well.
Precursors for fentanyl, and
Where,
Mexico was working with us to make sure
Biden was
we don't have the
encouraging,
technology
not
to put it
Biden,
together.
Trump was encouraging a whole
That's
bunch
what we
of
have to do. We need those
Republican
machines.
allies to
Thank you,
like
President
veto
Biden.
certain
President Trump,
bills
and
that
again, the question is about
he was otherwise
Americans
for,
in the throes of addiction
just because
right
he
now
thought it would
struggling
make
to get the
America look
treatment they
worse
need.
while Biden was still
Because this does
in
pretend to
power,
do it.
so that he could like
He
look
ended
better when he
remain in
takes control
Mexico.
again.
He ended catch and release. I made it catch.
was very
and release
blatant
in
with it,
Mexico,
too.
Not catch and release here. We had so many things that we had done, hard negotiations with Mexico, and I got it all for nothing. It's just like when you have a hostage. We always pay $6 billion for a hostage. Every time we say it's a hostage. Now we have a hostage, a Wall Street Journal reporter, I think a good guy, and he's over there because Putin is laughing at this guy, probably asking for billions of dollars.
What the fuck is he
for
talking
the
about?
reporter. I will have him out very quickly as soon as I take office.
Based on
Before
what?
I take office, I said by literally as soon as I win the election, I will have that reporter out. He should have had him out a long time ago. But Putin's probably asking for billions and billions of dollars because this guy pays it every time. We had 2 cases where we paid $6 billion for 5 people.
He doesn't have that many
I got 58
tools
people
in his
out,
tool
and I
belt, but
paid
one of them is
essentially
always pulling
nothing.
out the idea that he's all
Thank you,
Mr. Out of the
President Trump.
deal.
Let's turn to concerns
Everyone's
that
spending
voters
billions
have
of dollars.
about
If I was in
interview.
charge, no one would be
President
spending billions of
Biden,
dollars
you would
because
be
I'm so
86
fucking amazing at
at
convincing
the
people to
end
do
of
what I
your
want.
second term.
I'll get it
How
for a
do you
good deal.
address concerns
I'll get him for $5.
about your capability to handle the toughest job
I'll get
in
the
world
hostage for
well
$5
into your
instead of
80s.
$6 million. $6 million
Well,
bucks.
first of all,
That's
I
me.
spent half my career being
I'm a mover and
criticized as
shaker.
being the youngest person.
I'll sell you a
in
Rolex
politics. I was the
for
second
50
youngest
cents.
person ever elected to the United States Senate.
That
and now
sounds
I'm the
useful as a
oldest.
president.
This guy's 3 years younger and a lot less competent. I think that just look at the record. Look at what I've done.
Become a hostage negotiator, for fuck's sake.
Situation he left me. As I said, 15 million new jobs, 800,000 manufacturing jobs, more investment in America.
Oh, now they're asking questions about age.
Billions of dollars in private investment in
This is where the righties are leaning in to this question.
We brought an awful lot of people. Well, the whole idea of computer chips. We used to have 40% of the market. We invented those chips, and we lost it because he was sending people to find the cheapest jobs overseas and then bring home a product. So I went.
It sounds like something you do.
South Korea. I convinced Samsung to invest billions of dollars here in the United States, and they're, guess what? Those fabs they call to build these chips. Those fabs pay over $100,000. You don't need a college degree for them, and there's billions. About $40 billion already being invested and being built right now in the United States, creating significant
think
jobs
what he's going on about is
all
helping
over
his case
from all
here.
over the world.
President Biden,
That-
you have
sure,
40
that
seconds
sounds great
left.
and all,
Would you
but-
like to add anything?
Yeah, I would. The idea that somehow we are this failing country. I never heard a president talk like this before. We're the envy of the world.
That's kind of the major issue with Trump, though, isn't it?
Country president.
What he just
We're the
said.
trade
I've never heard
president
a
of the United
president
States
talk
of
like this
America.
before.
For all our
He just
problems and all
isn't.
our
He's not
opportunities.
presidential even in the
We're
slightest.
the most progressive country in the world in getting things done.
A man
We're
like
the
that should
strongest country
never
in the world.
be
We're a country in the
able
world
to
that keeps
reach
our word, and everybody trusts
a
us,
position
all of our
like this.
allies, and our those who he cuddles up.
It's one of the greatest
Kim Jong-un
strengths
says
and
love
failings
those
of
to
America
Putin, et cetera.
is that this is
They don't
possible.
want us
Somehow,
going on with this.
both the greatest
Thank you.
strength and a greatest failing,
Former
both at the
President
same
Trump, to
time.
follow up, you would be 82 at the end of your second term. What do you say to voters who have concerns about your capabilities to serve?
Well, I took 2 tests, cognitive tests. I aced them. Both
Oh,
of
my
them,
God.
as you know, we made it public. He took none. I'd like to see him take one, just one, a real easy
The
one.
5-year-old,
Like
can
go
you
through the
identify
first
this
5
elephant
questions, he
test?
couldn't do it. But I took 2 cognitive tests. I took physical exams every year.
Biden's laughing
And,
his
you
ass
know,
off.
We knock on wood wherever we may have wood, that I'm in very good health. I just won 2 club championships, not even senior, 2 regular club championships. To do that,
So his version
you
of
have
this
to be
question is,
quite smart, and you have to be.
I
able to
can
hit the
do a
ball
cognitive
long
test
way.
that pretty much
And I
anyone
do
can
it.
do,
He
and
doesn't
I'm
do
pretty
it. He
good
can't
at
hit a ball
golf.
50 yards. He challenged me to a golf match. He can't hit a ball 50 yards. I think I'm in very good shape.
I can hit a
feel that
ball
I'm
further
as
than
in better
Biden?
shape as I was 25, 30 years ago. Actually, I'm probably a little bit lighter.
My fucking golf
but I'm in
drive
as
off
good
the
a shape
tee
as I was years ago. I feel very
with a
good. I
one
feel the
wood?
same. But I was willing to take a cognitive test. And you know what? If I didn't do well, I aced them. Dr. Ronnie Jackson, who's a great guy when he was White
God,
House
he goes on
doctor,
about
and
this
then I
cognitive
took
test so
another one, a
much.
similar
It's
one.
really not
And both one of
a
them said they'd never
brag-worthy
seen
thing.
anybody
It's not
ace
like a Mensa level
you.
thing.
President Biden?
Any normal person
You
should
can
be able
see
to
he
ace
is
that test.
6'5" and only 223 pounds, or 235 pounds.
Oh, we
Well,
are
six,
deep
six,
into the
four,
the
200.
shit slinging part of the debate
So
now.
anyway, that's what anyway,
He just called him fat.
Just take a look at what he says he is, and take a look at what he is. Look, I'd be happy to have a driving contest with him. I got my handicap, which when I was.
But
vice
did Biden
president,
just try to call him
down to
fat without
6.
actually knowing the stats of his
And,
weight?
Well, by the way,
That was a
I
little
told you
awkward.
before, I'm happy to play golf if you carry your own bag. Think you can do it?
That's the biggest lie. That he's a 6 handicap of all.
I was at 8 handicap.
This has gone way off the rails. What the fuck is happening?
I've seen you swing. I know you swing.
Let's
not act like
President
children.
Trump,
They're arguing about golf?
Let's not act like children.
You are.
What do you mean, let's not act like children? That's all you
that
do.
voters have about you. Will you pledge
Mr.
tonight
5-year-old hissy fit?
that once all legal challenges have been exhausted, that you will accept the results of this
Oh, this is
election,
actually important.
regardless
Thank
of
you
who
for
wins,
wrangling that back
and
from two
you will
old
say
men
right
arguing
now
about their golf
political
swing.
violence in any form
Holy
is
shit.
unacceptable.
Well,
That
I
was
shouldn't
random.
have to say that, but of course I believe that. It's totally unacceptable. And if you would see my
Wow, this is
statements
the
that I
opposite
made
of what
on
he
Twitter
said
at the
last time.
and also my statement that I made in the Rose Garden, you would say it's one of the strongest statements you've ever seen. In addition to the speech I made in front of, I believe, the largest.
If you had
crowd I've
seen
ever
the statement
spoken
I
to,
made,
and I will
you would
tell
believe it's the most
nobody ever talks about that. They
strongest
talk
statement
about
ever
a
made, is
relatively
the thing
small
he
number of
actually just
people that
said.
went to the Capitol, and in many cases were ushered in by the police.
Ugh.
And as Nancy Pelosi said, it was her responsibility, not mine. She said that loud and clear. But the answer is, if the election is fair, free, and I want that more than anybody. And I'll tell you something. I wish he was a great president, because I wouldn't be here right now. I'd be at one of my
Bullshit.
many places enjoying myself.
Bullshit.
I wouldn't be under indictment because I wouldn't have been his political
asked if-
opponent. because he indicted me.
You were asked
because I was his
if
opponent.
you were going to resort to political violence if you lose the election.
I wouldn't be here. I don't
He's
mind
talking
being
around the
here.
issue
only reason I'm
a
here is
lot.
He's so bad as a president that I'm going
He
to
just
make
can't
America
say
great
no.
again. We're going to make America great again. We're a failing nation right now. We're a seriously failing nation. And we're a failing nation because of him.
Why does
His
Biden look
policies
depressed
are
during
so
this
bad.
part?
His military policies are insane. They're insane. These are wars that will never end with him. He will drive us into World War III, and we're closer to World War III than anybody can imagine. We are very, very close to World War III.
It's actually kind of cringe how much, I know you are, but what am I, he does.
President Xi of China,
He's the
Kim
biggest
Jong-un of
liar,
North
so he
Korea,
goes, oh, everyone else are
all of
liars.
these- Putin, they don't respect
He's the biggest
him.
danger
They
of
don't
starting
fear
more
him.
wars.
They have nothing
And then
going
and
with
all he
this
says is
gentleman,
like, oh,
and
everyone
he's
else are the
gonna
ones who are
drive
going to
us
start
into
the wars.
World War III.
Everything is like the
World War
opposite when
III.
it comes to him.
Let him follow and win, and let Putin say, do what you want, NATO. Just do what you want.
It really is the
There's a thing
projecting
called
thing that the
Article
right
5.
is known
An
for.
attack on one is attack
What they
on
accuse
all.
other people of is what they're usually doing.
Can imagine. We
Whoa.
are very, very close to World War III, and he's driving us there.
What just happened?
And Kim Jong-un
Flickered.
and President Xi of China, Kim Jong-un of North Korea, all of these, Putin, they don't respect him. They don't fear him. They have nothing going with this gentleman, and he's going to drive us
Yeah,
into
but you were
World
sucking
War
their
III.
dicks. They don't respect or fear you
wanna
either
World
because
War
you acted
III.
like a toady
Let
that
him
wants to be
follow
like
and
them.
win, and let Putin say, do what you want, NATO. Just do what you want. There's a thing called Article 5.
Trump is
Attack
on the
one is
record
attack on all.
of talking
Requires
about how
response.
jealous he is
The
of
idea
the fear and
I
respect
can't
that the
think of a
people have for
single
Putin
major
in that
leader
country.
in the world who
He
would be
literally
so impressed
has
with the job I've done with
dictator penis envy.
because we are a powerful nation. We have wonderful people. It's because of the people, not me. It's because of the American people. They're capable of anything.
You can't have the
Step up
president of
and lead.
America being like
And
a
right
to-
now,
like a
we're
bootlicker
needed. We're needed to
of a
protect
bunch
the
of
world because of our own safety as a state.
fascist
And again, you want to have a
countries
war,
like North
just
Korea or
let Putin
Russia.
Go ahead and take Kyiv. Make sure they move on. See what happens in Poland, Hungary, and other places along that border. Then you have a war.
President Trump, as I come back to you for a follow-up, the question was, will
Yeah.
you accept the results
Ask
of
him
this
again,
election,
please.
regardless of who wins?
Just to finish what he said.
Oh no!
Russia. They took a lot of land from Bush. They took a lot of land
Can you
from
ask him a
Obama
third time,
and
please?
Biden. They took no land, nothing from Trump, nothing. He knew not to do it. He's not going to play games with me. He knew
Bruh.
that. I got along with him very well.
He
but
laughs
knew not
behind
to
your
play
back.
games.
You're
He
his
took nothing
puppet.
from me.
He
But now he's
fucking
gonna take
loves
the
you
whole
for the
thing
wrong
from
reasons.
This man right here. That's a war that should have never started. It would have never started ever with me. And he's going to take Ukraine.
It did start with you.
And you know, you asked me a question before. Would you do this with?
It fucking
He's got us
did
in such a
start when
bad
you were in
position
office.
right now with Ukraine and Russia, because Ukraine's not winning that war. He said, "I will never settle until such time." They're running out of people. They're running out of soldiers. They've lost so many.
So what's
people.
what's
It's
his
so
point right
sad.
now?
They've lost so many people.
About
and
Ukraine
they've
will never
lost
win
those
that war.
gorgeous
Just let
cities
them
with the
die.
golden
Is that the
domes
point?
That are 1,000 years old, all because of him and stupid decisions. Russia would have never attacked if I were
President Trump,
president.
the question
They
was,
did,
will you
though.
accept the results of the election, regardless of who wins? Yes
It led
or
to
no,
your
please?
indictment.
If it's a fair and legal and good election, absolutely. I would have much rather accepted these, but the fraud and everything else was ridiculous. And if you want, we'll have a
I can't
news
believe she had to
conference
ask
on
him
it
that
in a
question
week.
3
Or
times.
we'll have another one of these in a week. But I will absolutely, there's nothing I'd rather do. It would be much easier for me to do that than I'm running again. I wasn't really going to run until I saw the horrible job.
He can't just
did.
say. He just
He's
keeps
destroying
talking
our
around
country.
it.
I would be very happy.
He's making
to
it
be
sound like he's
someplace else,
agreeing,
in a nice location,
But then he just
someplace.
talks and talks and
again,
talks,
no
and it's all
indictments,
excuses.
No political opponent stuff, because it's the only way he thinks he can win.
He wants
But
to make sure that
unfortunately, it's
people
driven
are
up my
aware
numbers and driven them
that he
up
won't
to a
do
very high
anything
level, 'cause the people
unless
understand.
there's shenanigans.
Well, let's see what your
Of which,
numbers are
in which
when this
case,
election
he's
is
just going to
over.
decide there are shenanigans
see.
if he doesn't win,
You're
which means
whining.
he's saying yes, he
When
is
you
going to do
lost the
something.
first time, you continued. You
That's what
appealed,
they did
you
the
appealed
first
to
time.
courts all across the country.
They lost
Not
fair and
one
square, and they
single
just
court
arbitrarily
in
decided there were shenanigans
said
and used
any
that as an
Ukraine
excuse
said
to
any
buddy
merit,
fucking
state
tear
or
the country to
local.
the ground.
None. But you continue to provoke this lie.
He's basically
about
just
somehow
saying he's
there's
willing
all
to do that
this
again.
Representation, all this stealing. There is
If it's
no
not fair
evidence of
and
that at
accurate,
all.
but it was the first
And I'll tell
time,
you
and he
what,
can just decide
I
it's
doubt
not
we
fair
can
the second
accept it
time and just
because
do the
you're
same
such a
shit.
whiner. The idea, if you lose again, you accepting anything, you can't stand the loss. Something snapped in you when you lost the last time.
Yeah, I'll agree with that.
We'll be right back with
That was a good
more
clap back.
from the CNN presidential debate, live from
He let his own son get convicted. Yeah, like the thing with the whole Hunter thing as well is like Hunter's got his issues. He's a crackhead. He had an unregistered weapon that he got done for. All those like low-level stupid stupid crimes. Nothing to do with the White House or the presidency, but like nothing about being the president's son gave him any like leeway with that stuff. Like he got tried and convicted like anybody would. And you know, Dad was supportive and was there for him, but wasn't gonna stop it or save him. Like the law's gonna do what the law's got to do. It's not the same in the other camp. That's for damn sure. Although I think the main difference is if drama was going down in the Trump family, I feel like Donald would very, very easily throw his own sons under the bus to get himself out of trouble, if he could. He definitely has that vibe about him. Forget just standing by your kids when they do something wrong. He's the kind of guy that would do something wrong himself and make sure his kids go down for it, just to get himself out of the fire. Sad. Why is this ad break so long? I want to know what ads they're playing during this. Who bought ad time during this debate is my question. Like, what ads would we be watching right now? Like Mentos, Jeep Pajero, Grand Cherokee, Wheat Bix, Gamer Fuel, G Fuel.
It is now time for the candidates to deliver their closing statements as predetermined by a coin toss. We're going to begin.
Why don't we ever get to
with
see the coin
President
toss?
Biden, you have 2 minutes.
I want to see them toss coins.
We've made significant progress.
Just made the old man squeak when he inhaled air to start speaking. Did you hear it?
We've made significant progress.
It's like a balloon.
That was left by President Trump in his last term.
Oh, careful of the
In
stutter.
a situation where, number one, we have to make sure that we have a fair tax system. I ask anyone out there in the audience, or anyone out watching this debate, do you think the tax system is fair? The fact is that I said nobody even making under $400,000 had a single penny increase in their taxes, and will not. And if I'm reelected, that'll be the case again. But this guy.
God, it's unfortunate that he's gotten so much quieter and
deficit. Number one, he's increased inflation because
and
of the
dry
debacle
his
he
voice
left
over the course of the
after
night.
The way he handled the pandemic. And he finds himself in a position where he now wants to tax you more by putting a 10% tariff on everything that comes into the United States of America. What I did, when, for example, he wants to get rid of the ability of Medicare for us to be able to negotiate drug prices with the big pharma companies. Well, guess what? We got it down to $35.
Oh, good Lord.
Instead of $400, no more than $2,000 for every senior, no matter how much prescription they need. You know what that did? That reduced the federal debt.
The last place you want to be doing your most stammering
over 10 years because
and making your most mistakes is in your closing argument.
Every senior, all along, is happening now, and everybody in America. He wants to get rid of that. I'm going to make sure that we have child care. We're going to significantly increase the credits people have for child care. I'm going to make sure we do something about what we're doing on lead pipes and all the things that are causing health problems for people across the country. We're going
lead
to
pipes are
to
causing
bring down inflation
health problems
and give
in America?
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump, you now have 2 minutes for your closing statement.
It's a random final part of
many
the
politicians,
statement.
This man is just a complainer. He said, we want to do this, we
Oh my-
want to do that, we want to get rid of this tax, that tax.
Oh,
But he
pot
doesn't do
calling kettle
anything.
black again.
He doesn't do. All he does is make our country unsafe by allowing
Good fucking Lord.
millions and millions of people to pour in. Our military doesn't respect him. We look like fools in Afghanistan. We didn't stop Israel. It was
Oh,
such a
it's just-
horrible thing that
oh.
would have never happened. It should have never happened. Iran was broke. Anybody that did business with Iran, including
His whole
China,
tactic tonight
they
has
couldn't
been,
do
I know you
business
are,
with
but
the
what am
United
I?
States. They all passed.
Everything that
Iran
he
was
is the
broke.
most
They had
guilty
no
of,
money for Hamas
he's
or
just throwing
Hezbollah.
it back the other
Forget
side.
it. No money whatsoever.
I've never
Again,
met someone who
Ukraine
complains
should
and
have never
whines
happened.
about his
He
treatment
talks about all this stuff, but he didn't do it for 3.5
more in his
years.
more
Living in hell.
any
We
politician.
have the Palestinians and we have everybody else rioting all over the place. You talk about Charlottesville. This is 100 times Charlottesville, 1,000 times.
He doesn't just
The whole
whine when
country
people
is
have issue with
exploding
him.
because of you.
He throws
Because
other
they
people
don't
under the
respect
bus
you, and they have to respect
for
their
things that
president,
he's
and they don't respect you throughout
responsible
the
for.
world. What we
Consistently.
did was incredible. We rebuilt the military. We got the largest tax cut in history, the largest regulation cut in history. The reason he's got jobs is because I cut the regulations that gave jobs, but he's putting a lot of those regulations back on. All of the things that we've done, nobody's never seen anything like. Even from a medical standpoint, right to try, where we can try space-age materials instead of going to Asia or going to.
Someone on
Europe
his
and
side
trying
has to
get
train
when
this
you're
man
terminally ill. Now you can go and you can get something. You sign a document. They've been trying to
to get
it
that
for
speech
42
impediment
years. But you know what we
out
did
of
for
his
the
way of
military
talking.
was
That whole
incredible
like we
choice
have the
for our
greatest
soldiers,
blah blah
where our
blah of all
soldiers,
time.
instead of waiting
It's
for
the
3
most
months
blah
to
blah
see
blah
a
of all time.
doctor,
All that
can go out and
bullshit.
get themselves fixed up and ready.
He needs to get that out of his repertoire.
And they're living, and that's why I had the
'Cause it never
highest
means
approval
anything.
rating in the history of the VA.
There it is again.
So all of these things, we're in a failing nation. but
Everything's
it's
the
not gonna be
highest, the
failing
best,
anymore. We're gonna
the
make it great
greatest.
again.
Thank you, former President Trump.
And it's never true.
President Biden, stay with us because we have full analysis of this debate.
Oh, it
Anderson
just
Cooper
ends
and
like
Aaron
that?
Burnett starts now on CNN.
They don't get to rebut each other's closing statement or anything. Wait, so while the debate analysis is going on behind the scenes, they just have to stand there by the podiums in silence? Is that what was going on there? That was weird. What the fuck was that? I'm tired. I'm tired.
This is
No,
100
stop,
times
stop. Oh god, the voice. The voice is like nails on a chalkboard. I don't know what people expected to get from this. I don't know what people expect to be said about this. It didn't achieve anything positive for either side. It just like it aggravated the issue that both sides have. Because like I said at the start, both sides had only one goal here. Like, the left had only one goal to achieve with how their candidate is viewed. The right had only one goal to achieve with how their candidate is viewed. Both very different goals, but they only had one thing each of them had to achieve. Not only did neither side achieve it, both sides came off worse. So basically, the issues we started out with are just like the same, but more so. Oh, hey, River. Yeah, I just got to the end of it, actually. Oh, it's so mind-numbing. I mean, it's hilarious. Various parts of it were quite entertaining. The golf part in particular was like watching a truck come off the rails and aimed at a wall. But was pretty funny. It's just like, not only did it achieve nothing, it just highlighted the issues that everyone has with both sides more so. So no one really got anything positive out of this. Neither side got anything positive out of this. And now everyone's just like fighting more in the comments on YouTube and in the comments on Twitter. But in the vein of like, oh, we won because your candidate came off like this. Oh no, we won because your candidate came off like this. Like, it's just more of that shit, but it's all completely one-sided. And like, it's like watching like two immovable objects slam together. And nothing gets done. It's like, I don't know, man. I mean, okay. What can I say that's nice about this attempt by CNN to have a debate? It was more strict and more structured than the last time this happened. Because like I mentioned earlier, the last time Trump and Biden debated, it was a clusterfuck because Trump didn't follow the rules of the debate and kept on talking over Biden and kept on interrupting and talking over the debate moderator. And it was just complete anarchy and just a complete joke. And the only part of that debate that I liked was when Biden got fed up and said, "Oh, will you shut up, man?" That was pretty funny. I heard Julian Assange is going to Australia. Yeah, there's been a lot of joke articles about that. My favorite one was Julian Assange asked to go back to prison after arriving in Canberra during the middle of Canberra winter weather. It's very cold in Canberra currently, if you didn't know. It's a very Australian joke. Release David McBride. Who is David McBride? I don't recall that name. Man. Like, it's exactly what I said. When I heard that people were freaking out about the debate, saying it was a massive disaster, I don't remember the name. Maybe I know him, but maybe I just don't know the name. I can't remember who that is at the top of my head. Before I watched the debate, when I knew that everyone was talking about it, that it was apparently like a clusterfuck, I basically said that all Trump's team need is for him to come off as a human being that stays on topic and doesn't come off like a racist, a sexist, a sociopath, or a narcissistic braggart, or a bully. He fucked that up. He was even worse, especially the immigration stuff. He kept on going back to immigration every single question and going on about the border shit to the point where he was being more racist than usual. Biden's team just needed him to not look like a slow, potentially inept old man that rambles or freezes up and could potentially be incompetent. And he couldn't accomplish that either. He came off as worse than he's looked in things that he's been involved in recently. Both situations were a disaster. They were both just the worst versions of themselves. There is a version of this where the left would have easily won. There is a version of this where they would have easily won if they had postponed this so that both candidates were in their best possible health, and they held it at a normal time, like a more old people friendly, because they're both pretty fucking old, friendly time of the day, not 9 p.m. at night, fucking 1, 2 p.m. during the day after lunch, maybe after a nice hearty meal, but the sun's still up. If they did that, and this part's even more important, if they had live fact-checking. If they had live fact-checking, where every single thing being said was being fact-checked by a team of people behind the scenes and put up on screen, and also being fed to the moderators who would then call them out on the lies directly in the moment and asked to correct themselves. If they did that, this would have been a disaster for the right. Because that's the worst thing for Trump. That would have fucked him up hard. Because I'm not huge into politics, and I'm not the greatest in the moment fact checker myself. I know stuff from having watched things live as they've happened or things have been said politically. I've paid attention to this stuff to some degree. I swear more than half of the things he said, even I personally, with my limited knowledge, knew was bullshit, because I remember when the things were said originally or when the things happened, because I watched them live. Even I knew that. Even I could tell that there was some bullshit being thrown. It's bizarre. It's crazy everyone forgets about you guys went to Afghanistan and did some fucked up shit. What? The Australians? The Australian whistleblower who's going to prison. Oh no, I actually know less about Australian politics than I knew about American politics. Because for most of my life, it's been more interesting and entertaining to watch what's going on the American side of things, whereas Australian politics is often much more boring and less dramatic. But yeah, I wasn't. I don't remember jack shit about David McBride. But I'm not terribly surprised to hear about Australians getting up to some bullshit. Land of convicts that we are. I mean, I say we, even though technically I'm not Australian because I'm originally from South Africa. I'm only grandfathered in through my mum marrying an Australian. I'm only here legally. He only went to prison a month ago for whistleblowing. Oh, so it's very recent. Yeah, I don't know much about recent stuff. Let me just check something. Dooba-doop. Dip-dip-it. CNN defends decision to not fact-check the debate live. It's up to the candidates to challenge one another. Oh, come on, that's bullshit. Come on now. No, I don't agree with that. They should have. They definitely should have. American politics is influential on what other countries do. I mean, yes, it is. I should pay more attention to my own country's politics. It's just really not that interesting most of the time. Holy shit. I'm looking up articles on the CNN post-debate fact-checking. And apparently Trump lied pretty much during every single question asked. False claims repeatedly made during over 30 questions throughout the entire... Wow. I mean, that doesn't surprise me. Because even when I wasn't entirely sure what he was talking about, because I wasn't as familiar with the topic, it always sounded like he was lying. And then when I was familiar with what he was talking about, I definitely knew when he was lying. It's blatantly obvious when you even know a smidge about what's going on. Jesus Christ. Oh, people have like top 10 lists. Like top 10 debate moments, top 10 roasts between the two of them during the debate, top 10 cringeworthy moments from both. And then there's like more specific ones like top 10 cringeworthy moments just from Biden or top 10 most salacious lies told by Trump. Like people are all over this shit. I just think this needs to be happening during the fucking debate. Why aren't there people fact-checking and calling people out on stuff when it's happening live? That would be so much more interesting. I want them to shut them down. You want some really good Australian political YouTubers? I mean, I'm not going to watch any of them, just because I wouldn't have the time nor the inclination. I do know Friendly Geordies, though. I mean, that's the big one. He's the one that keeps getting in trouble and has had some potentially life-threatening moments because of... some of his like whistleblowing YouTube videos. That's the main one. I know, but he's big enough that I know him for sure, and I've watched clips of his. But I haven't needed anybody else really. Like he's good. I wish there were more moments like when they had the golf showdown. Just because it's, entertaining, and it does alleviate some of the tension a bit when they go completely off the reservation and start arguing who's got the better golf swing, which fucking means nothing to the Australian people, but just... it's so good. What was the other one? Oh, when they start shit fligging at each other, when they start actually directly attacking each other, like the 9 out of 10 political ethics researchers have claimed that you're the worst president that's ever existed, that kind of stuff. I'm pretty sure Biden said something like that to Trump at one point. And then he just, I know you are, but what am I to him, as usual. Good Lord, he does that a lot. All the things that, it's like what Jeannie said, when Jeannie said projecting. I mean, it's such a huge righty thing to just accuse the other side of all the stuff that you're guilty of. If there's two things that Trump does the most, it's lie and whine. And at very specific points during that debate, he specifically called out Biden for being the biggest liar and the biggest whiner. And both times my head fucking caved in. I almost turned inside out. I couldn't believe it. It just solves nothing. I know there's a lot of talk online about it looking really bad for the Democrats and people thinking that, like, essentially saying that Trump won the debate simply because there were a couple of moments where Biden did some rambling or went off the reservation a little bit. Like he just had a brain fart shutdown in the middle of talking on some moments. It wasn't actually as frequent as I expected it to be, but it did happen a couple of glaring times where I felt myself cringe internally when it went down. It just wasn't as big a deal as I was expecting it to be, because we did expect him to do that. And when it did happen, it was sadder to witness than I was expecting. It did suck. It was a bad look. But I still keep coming back to the fact that you're still dealing with doddering old man that may be incapable of doing the job, and a psychopath fascist who should not have the job because he's a thug and a sociopath. I just don't think these two things are equal. Even after this, even if this makes Biden look worse than what Trump ended up looking worse, because Trump is just the same old freak that he always is. Like, if you're that bad, you don't really end up looking that much worse because you're already shit. He is still lying as much as he always lies. He is still making proclamations that are as racist as they always are. So he doesn't get more racist or more psychopathic or more narcissistic. It's the same amount. But if Biden ends up looking a little bit more old or a little bit more incapable, then people come out the other end thinking that he end up looking the worst of the two of them, and that they end up saying that they think Trump won. But it just doesn't make sense, because it's still a question between stammering, slow old man, not the best choice, or fucking Hitler. And it's like, it still doesn't make sense why that's the question, why it's a question. I just don't get it. Debates are not about anything real. It's about who looks the best. Yeah, that's true. But that's the problem, is that it's like a pageant. And if at the end of the day, like, people think that Trump came off looking worse, it doesn't matter that Trump didn't end up looking better. You know what I mean? He ends up looking like the winner simply because, not because he looked good, but because the other person did slightly worse than they normally do when they're like trying to get their thoughts across or speak. Which is really unfortunate. And there were a couple of like glaring fuck ups in there in terms of how like Biden was trying to get his point across, that, you know, people like Trump in the moment are able to just ignore and then jump on, and they go on his own tiff about lying about whatever he's going to lie about. It's like when Biden fucks something up, it's like a springboard for Trump. When Biden fucks something up, it's like a springboard for Trump to basically launch into some fresh lies and to make himself like look more capable of speaking his mind. Because the last thing that Biden said was like, blah, 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 and then he gets cut off and it's like, well, that sounded like shit. He didn't make any sense at the end of that. And then, you know, Trump goes off on his usual bullshit and he ends up looking better just because he was able to put two words together. Even though the words he said were super racist, like anti-immigration stuff, even though the question was about climate change. That's the one thing that kept driving me crazy. He was asked about abortion, he made it about illegal immigrants. He took it back there, made it racist. He was asked about climate change. He took it back to immigration, made it about racist shit again. He kept on doing that. And it was like, dude, his people behind the curtains, they must have been like, oh, please God, the only thing we ask you to do is not come off as more racist than you normally are. And he's doing it every single time. They're so cooked. Yeah. Biden's not good on immigration. Well, the problem is the Democrats, they're struggling with the immigration question because they're not being fascist about the immigration issue like the right are trying to be. But at the same time, they don't sound like they have any solutions for it either. Like whenever the right goes on about like, whenever the right starts throwing out a whole bunch of statistics and facts about all the bad shit that's going on about immigration in America, the left don't really have many answers to it. They kind of fumble around with that one, which is why the immigration question is the one place where the right tends to end up doing better because they're more like, they're not right. I don't think they're right about it, but they're more steadfast and they're more aggressive with what they want to do about it, even though it's kind of fucked up. At least they sound like they have a opinion, whereas the left are kind of always fumbling with it, being like, oh, we don't know what to do about this. They made it worse and praised themselves. I mean, it's worse in some ways and not in others. I mean, when Trump was still in office, they had fucking kids in cages and shit. That was some real shit that was going down, and that wasn't better. It doesn't mean it's fixed now, but it's just still a big problem in many ways. Like, it hasn't been solved. But the solution wasn't to build a wall, and the solution wasn't to put families in cages. That's the thing. Like, the direction that was going in was scary. We don't want to go back to that, but there also needs to be solutions elsewhere. That's not building walls or lining people up in front of walls and pulling the trigger, which is fucking crazy. Fuck, it's like, that's the one part of the debate that Republicans always dive into, right? The one part of the debate that the Democrats generally do better, like their version of that, is the abortion thing. And they didn't really pounce on it during this debate at all. They didn't really take advantage of it. It's almost the opposite of what Trump did. Like, Trump tried too hard to make everything about immigration throughout the whole thing, no matter what was being talked about. Like, when he started talking about immigration when they were on the climate change issue, I was like, what the fuck is happening? But the problem is, on the other side of the fence, like Biden and the Democrats, when they were trying to talk about issues to do with abortion and that, and women's rights, that's the thing that they should be jumping on as much as possible and making a big deal out of, because that's where they're strong. And they didn't do enough with it, it seems. They one did too much with their side of things, and the other side didn't do enough. He fumbled the ball on Roe Wade. He did bring it up again later during another question, and said some strong stuff, but I mean, it might be one of those too little too late things, because the real abortion Roe v. Wade question was like back near the start of the debate, and he wasn't strong enough back then when the initial question was asked. He didn't go in hard enough on it. And then when he brought it back around to it later on, he did say some good stuff about it, but it just wasn't. I don't think it was enough. Also, there was a moment talking about. There was a moment during the abortion question where he really fucked up. That's probably the worst part of the debate for the left. I can't remember. Hang on, I can't remember how it went again, but he really jacked this question up, and I don't know how he fucking did that as bad as he did. Where is it? Hang on, let me find it. It's somewhere in the first half. Would Trump block access to abortion? Let me find it. Hang on.
If you look at Ohio, it was a decision that was, frankly, life of the mother. Former governor of Virginia, he was willing to do what
idea that they were all against it. Roe when it was decided. So
Here we go.
This issue, it's been a great
It might happen here.
Thank you. President Biden?
it's been a terrible thing, what you've done. The fact is that the vast majority of constitutional scholars supported Roe when it was decided, supported Roe. And that's this idea that they're all against it is just ridiculous. And this is the guy who says the state should be able to have it. We're in a state where in 6 weeks, you don't even know whether you're pregnant or not, but you cannot see a doctor, and have him decide on what your circumstances are.
You can kind of, he hasn't said it yet. I'll let you know when it gets there, but you can kind of hear him fighting with his stutter issue a little bit. Like he starts a thought, he almost does a stutter kind of fumble with his words thing, and then kind of takes the thought in a different direction. He's keeping it on track, but it's a little bit shaky. Like, as someone that doesn't have a stutter, like I feel for the situation. I feel for anybody in his situation that has to do stuff like this at his age, as someone who is like has a history of like speech impediment stuff that he's had to deal with, and the whole thing about him having a cold that night, and the fact that they held this at 9 p.m. even though these people are in their 80s. I'm like, there were a lot of decisions made here that I think were a bit sus. And the funny thing is the right, especially like Fox News, they were making a big deal out of how the left were going to cheat by, twisting this all in Biden's favor, and they're going to pump him full of drugs, so he's all switched on tonight and stuff. It was the opposite. Nothing about the setup of this debate was in Biden's favor, because if it was, they wouldn't have held it at 9 p.m. They're having old men debate between like 9 and 11 p.m. at night. Like, that is stupid. They should have had this after lunch. Like, 2 p.m. maybe. They should have started this at 2 p.m. And also postponed it to make sure that everyone was in their best health. The cold stuff is bullshit. See, I heard about that before, and people were calling it bullshit because they only talked about it like after the debate, almost like it was an excuse. But I can hear it. Like, I believe it now, having watched the debate from start to finish, knowing about the cold information to begin with. This was the Democrats' idea. I know, but it wasn't well planned for them to be their most switched on. I don't know why this is being held after 9 p.m. That made no sense. Like, 2 old men already under pressure to get their thoughts together on the spot, with no aides and advisors helping them, and with no papers or information, like all off the dome. They hold it after 9 p.m. at night. What the fuck is that? Why would there even be a debate? It's an interesting, like, if you can do this correctly, like, it could be good. Like, it's the lying thing that's my issue. It's the no fact-checking live thing. If you held something like this with live fact-checking and calling people out on the spot and holding them to task with what they say, this could be a disaster for people like Trump. Like, you know what I mean? Like, if you did that, it would force both sides to basically be no bullshit. Like, they would have to be on the spot like they are here. Like this, they have to be on the spot with this because they can't use aids or any, they can't bring any information. They can't have anything written down. It has to be all off the dome. That already is that's a good first step to no bullshit. The second step needs to be live fact-checking and calling them out in the moment. Shut the mic off and say, no, that's not correct. Here is the information that was a lie. Here, have another go. Try that again. And this time, stop fucking around. Like, that would force someone like Trump to have to play fair and square or fail. Like, he would either tank this entire debate and would straight up lose, or he would stop doing his usual bullshit and be forced to have to, be a normal human being. I mean, that's what I think anyway, but somehow I feel like he might be incapable of being a normal human being. The speaker's supposed to do that? Well, they've already argued. I looked it up, and people have actually called CNN's out for not doing that. Like, why don't we have something like live fact-checking? And their quote is, it's not the ideal venue for live fact-checking exercise, and it's up to the candidates to fact-check each other, like the two candidates, which I don't think is good enough. Like, fair enough, I guess that was their idea, but it's just not a good one. Like, we've seen politicians debate plenty of times, all the time, with no live fact checking, and it's constant bullshit. Like, I don't care what they say. Like, it is a good idea. Maybe next time try that, or someone else do it. If CNN are refusing, I'm just going to leave it up to these two to, like, one of them's going to ramble and, you know, go off the deep end. The other one's going to just lie constantly. It's just going to mean nothing. Like, let someone else handle it that will do it, that doesn't care. You need someone who doesn't care about going in hard. I think Jon Stewart should do it. I think Jon Stewart would be the perfect person to host and moderate a debate with his team. Because I don't think he gives a fuck about, like, tearing into either side. Like, he will be on, like, I think he would be on top of it all the way through. Because we've seen interviews with him and, like, when he interviewed that Republican guy that was hard on, like, the First Amendment, the gun thing. And he was tearing into that dude, shutting him down, fact-checking him on the spot with just his own personal knowledge about, like, that guy was fucking roasted. That is a really good video. I mean, bless his heart, he did his best to keep up, but I mean, he was playing in the wrong weight class, unfortunately. Forget the name of that politician. But oh my god, the live fact checking would be amazing. Wait, we need to find this moment.
Help. The idea that states are able to do this is a little like saying we're going to turn civil rights back to the states. Let each state have a different
System isn't
rule.
really built for that.
Look, there's so many.
Their system isn't. That's what I'm saying. Like, Jon Stewart's team that runs that daily show, if he had his own if he created the environment and hosted and moderated it himself with his own team behind him, I reckon two people like Joe Biden and Donald Trump being roasted by Jon Stewart simultaneously, being both held to task and forced to, like, put up or shut up. I think it would be amazing. I'm so down for that.
Young women who have been, including a young woman who just was murdered.
Wait,
Like
here we go.
We're going to turn civil rights back to the states. Let each state have a different rule. Look, there's so many young women who have been, including a young woman who just was murdered, and he went to the funeral. The idea that she was murdered by an immigrant coming in. They talk about that, but here's the deal: there's a lot of young women who are being raped by their in-laws, by their spouses.
Okay, wait. Let me just. This is the biggest clusterfuck in the whole debate. Like, Trump might be an issue just in terms of consistent lying all throughout the thing. Like, he's a flat line of lying. Like, he doesn't get better or worse. It's just all bullshit, right? The problem with Biden's side of things is that it's a roller coaster. Sometimes he's doing really well, and then moments like this, it just goes boom. Like, that moment where he started stammering and stumbling and he stopped making sense and they just cut him off, that was a bad look. Like, that was a boom. That was a roller coaster hitting ground level. This is the other one. He's being asked about abortion, which is the Democrats' strongest position. This is like the layup for the Dems. He somehow started out strong, and he somehow rambled his way into talking about illegal immigrants raping and killing a woman. He somehow took their strongest position and yanked the steering wheel and turned them into the Republicans' lane of talking about illegal immigrants doing crimes. I don't know how the fuck he did that. I don't know how this happened. Like, this blew... Like, I switched when I was first watching through this, just before you came in, River. Like, my brain flatlined during this moment. I was talking about something else, and I was just like, phew. I just didn't want to even think about it. But now coming back to it, it's just like even more hitting me in the face. I don't understand how this happened. This is fucking nuts, man. This is fucking nuts. I don't... Oh my god. Like, this is the lane where you're going to look your best by just talking about like the policy that you guys are already about, and like, you know, the whole issue about abortion and women's rights. Like, he could have driven smoothly through this one, the same way Trump would have obviously stuck to his bullshit with the immigration stuff. They both could have driven smoothly through those two topics. Somehow Trump took his and made the entire debate about it. He kept coming back to it and just making himself more and more racist by never shutting up about immigration. And in Biden's case, in the middle of seemingly smoothly driving through it, he just turned directly into a wall and basically made an argument for what Trump and the Republicans have always said about immigration. He just went from talking about women's rights to, oh, by the way, remember that situation where that woman got raped by illegal immigrants? Dude. I don't know, man. I'm actually sweating. I went into like a Apple iPhone fresh OS installing reboot just then, and I just like started immediately sweating. It's so bizarre. I don't even know what else to say. I just want to like turn off the stream right now and just lie down on the floor and just take a nap. But ultimately, it's just, I do think it's stupid that people are talking about this in terms of like, you know, Trump won and Biden lost. I just think they both ended up looking like shit for the exact reasons both sides didn't want their candidate to look like shit. They both looked more like the thing they didn't want to look like. And everyone is just more mad now. So the debate really just accomplished nothing for anybody. And I'm hyper aware that I'm sitting here talking about politics while wearing a Space Jam Oodie. Like anyone cares about the political opinions of someone in a Space Jam gown. Talking about how bad immigrants are, policy is unpopular with Democrats. Yeah, I mean, but that's the big thing. It's just Trump's rating's gone up. Yeah, I saw that too. It's because of what I said. It's a beauty, like what you also said as well. It's a beauty pageant. It's about how people look. And Trump didn't look better. It's just that he gets favored more because because Biden looked worse than normal. Trump might have like came off sounding more racist than his side would want him to be because he wouldn't shut up about the immigrant thing. He made things about immigrants that weren't even about immigrants. It was kind of weird and crazy. But we expect that for Trump. Like, he's so bad usually that he doesn't come off looking worse. That's like one of the crazy things about Trump, is that he always acts his worst so that it never feels like he's getting worse. He's always just his worst. Like, there's nowhere to go further down. He's already at bedrock. You can't dig down deeper than that. Whereas Biden usually sounds better, but because he came off a little bit worse tonight because of like, you know, all we need is him to not look like a doddering old man. And in various moments, he came off as looking like more of a doddering old man than usual. Because he ended up looking worse than he's normal, that ends up tipping the scales in a way to make Trump look better, even though Trump didn't behave better than he normally does at all. He was the same level of bullshit. That was really the key to the whole thing, is that both people were just trying to not look worse than they normally do. Which I guess is easier for Trump because he just is shit all the time. But yeah, it is unfortunate that things like the dealing with a cold thing ended up looking like the Democrat side just making excuses when you watch it. It's clear that he is actually dealing with lower health, and I don't know how much that actually affected things. Like, I know for a fact that it is more difficult to keep your thoughts together and put your words together when you're like feeling like shit. So maybe not. It just doesn't matter at this point. At this point, that's just, you have to play the ball where it lies. That's just how the things went down. He had to do it, even though he was not feeling his best, and he ended up looking worse regardless. And now it doesn't really matter if he had a cold or not, because it just sounds like an excuse, and the only thing anyone cares about is that he came off looking old. I just don't think it's ever been a fair comparison. I know I've said this a few times already tonight, but someone looking a bit old versus someone being evil has never been a fair comparison to me. He's not good usually. No, but he's better. He came off as like older and slower and more rambly tonight than we've seen him in ages. Because usually he talks just fine, and occasionally he'll go off on a tangent, like typical old man shit. But he usually sounds a bit better. Like he was even more raspy and like dry sounding tonight, like he was whispering into the mic. I saw some people tweeting like ASMR Biden and stuff the other day, and that was kind of funny. His policies are not... Nobody's policies are good. That's the thing. Like, I can't think of a single great or amazing policy. They've got issues that they're better on. Like, I lean completely towards the left when it comes to their stuff about abortion and women's rights. I'm 100% with them on that stuff. You know, like there's things that are better than others, but and I do find it funny the way the right tends to argue for the abortion women's rights stuff. They're pro-lifer bullshit. Pro-life my ass. You can't call yourself pro-life and pro-gun at the same time. What are you, crazy? Two diametrically opposed things. It's just tiring. It's so exhausting. This is why most people tend to try not to talk about politics a lot of the time. It just ends up being exhausting. You know what I mean? You just get very tired of it. You're just like, oh, now I just want to go watch cartoons or something. And just like downshift from the whole thing. I mean, it's all gonna go down eventually anyway. The chips are gonna fall where they may, and the American people have to play the ball where it lies. I've used golf metaphors so many times tonight. Some states banned abortion and Biden did nothing about it. Aren't they not allowed to do anything about it? Like when it comes to state issues, like you can't just, like the president can't just overrule them on a national level. Like there's some things that states are in control of, and there's some things that are larger. It depends on what, like they were arguing before about which rights to give back to the states and which not to. They were talking about that right at the beginning of the debate. I am quite sad and worried about my American friends. I have friends over in America. What a clusterfuck. It must be difficult to live in a country where you don't feel like you have any like good options. Like you're supposed to get behind something. You're supposed to put your vote, your whole like political clout behind something. Like every citizen needs to like have their say. But when you get given poor options, it's like, what are you supposed to do? You're supposed to lean one way or another regardless of all the details? Because that's just all you've been given? You don't get to put forward your own side options. You know what I mean? Like, oh, these things are both shit, so let's suggest something better. Like, no one gets to do that. You just get shit options. You gotta do, and you just gotta eat it. Australia's kind of on its way to copy US politics. Australia's always kind of just behind it with America with a lot of things. There's always like, we're always just behind them in terms of the way stuff goes. I mean, you go back to like the world wars and stuff. Australia's always kind of like following right behind America with its own troops into whatever the situation is. We're just like the mini West. This island, this big island is basically the mini West. Follow daddy. Oh boy. Boo. Boo to all of it. There was a point in time, I guess I kind of still want to in the future, but I would like to live in America. I've always thought about it in the past and talked about it. Me and my ex were quite intent on one day moving there. Like at some point after living here in Sydney. I wouldn't like to right now, but hopefully someday in the long term, I can still realize that dream of making a big move overseas and living there for a while. I've lived in South Africa in my childhood. I've lived here through most of my adult life so far. Be nice to do another big move again, live in a whole new country. America seems like the obvious choice. I've never even been there on a vacation. I don't know where in America I'd live. Maybe somewhere in California? Maybe here up Europe. I could do that too. Live part of my life in America, then live part of my life in Europe. Just give each continent a go in different phases of my life. Maybe I'll wait to see if America chills out a bit, because that place is getting slowly more fascist by the year, and that's kind of scary. I mean, if I went over there, I could maybe help with my vote to try to steer it away from that bullshit, but one vote's not really going to matter. Especially from some random muppet from Australia in a Space Jam Oodie. France is basically USA, but slightly ruder. The French don't give a shit. They'll tell you what's what. Ugh. I wonder what direction America would have gone in if Hillary had won many years ago. I'm genuinely interested, because that was a shitty election as well in a lot of ways. A lot of people didn't like Trump or Hillary during that one, much like what's going on now with Trump and Biden. Probably bad. I mean, I feel like because Trump is bad and Hillary was bad and nobody liked either of them, probably bad doesn't really mean anything because it was bad anyway. So I'm curious how it would have been different. I feel like it could only have been slightly better. It would be bad in some other different ways probably, but ultimately anything would be better than Trump. I mean, I can't imagine spending 2 minutes alone in a room with that scumbag. She's a legit Nazi. No, she's less a Nazi than Trump. So that's already a plus. I mean, when you're playing the fascist name game. I remember when they made a big deal out of her not understanding email security, and I was like, why is this being made such a big deal out of? An older lady not understanding email security is something that is like a one-time fuck up that you can prevent from happening again, and doesn't seem like a big deal to me at all. I care more about the intention and the personality behind someone, what they're actually like, what their intent is, who they are as a human being, and not understanding your email web security is not on that level. If I don't understand something technical and fuck something up, I'll also be like, oops, and then I'll learn and I'll figure it out, and then that'll be sorted. That has nothing to do with my personality or what I'm about as a person, you know what I mean? You legit think there should be... What the hell's a balkanize? Balkanize? Also, the other thing that I find funny is that, like, everything that... I remember watching, like, a compilation video of a lot of speeches that were made during the election when Trump and Hillary were up. And there is a shocking amount of things that Hillary said about Trump that ended up coming true. Like, she was actually really on the money with predicting how Trump was going to be and how he's going to act. And a lot of his bullshit. It's kind of funny in retrospect to look at that stuff now. What the hell is balkanize? There should be a balkanize. I've never even heard that word. Oh my god, I typed and nothing happened. Preventing the balkanization of the internet. Lack of consensus or cooperation leading to the emergence of national digital borders. Oh, you mean like split America in half? Oh, shit. No, that's a bad idea. You're going to end up with a civil war again. You don't need any more red versus blue civil war bullshit. Like, that's just more disaster. I mean, there's like Confederate parts of America that like are still butthurt by the fact that they lost the Civil War because they just didn't want to go without slaves, and they still somehow think they're in the right, I guess. What's Kale exit? National divorce to avoid civil war. Make California its own republic. Oh my god. Oh, not Kale. Kale exit, as in California exit. Yeah, let's not do... Come on, man. Let's not do this, America. Please keep your shit together. I think the problem is America's so big that when, like, one half of America can have a totally different... have like a totally different outlook on life than the other half because they're so far apart. You can have one half totally progressive and about the future and the other half like totally stuck in the past and still mad racist and wanting slaves, and there's this huge divide down the middle. It's I guess that comes with size. I mean, when you look at Europe, that is such a fucking huge continent that one half of that is totally different from the other half. I mean, you've got Asia on one side. America's almost that. You got Canada up the top. Totally different yet again. Yugoslavia. I know someone from there. When I was working at the Department of Defense. They were in the Navy. I do hope, at the end of the day, I do hope that no longer exists. Yeah, I mean that part of the world, generally. I remember them talking about it and stuff, about all those issues. He was quite heated about all that stuff. I do hope at the end of the day that democracy survives in America. Because that's like their whole deal. If there's any part of the world that is supposed to be like the most democratic, the most land of the free, the people have spoken, it's meant to be America. America's got to be really careful right now. Because it was built on that. And it's meant to be like the shining beacon of that idea. And, like, you're literally dealing with half the country rallying behind a dude that is anti that sentiment. But, like, for the purposes of lining his own pockets and ego, which is very sad. Well, hoping for the best. Remember when it was a clear-cut thing? Back in, like, World War II? When America was able to just be the heroes and be, like, the leaders of the Allies, forming, like, and having the linchpin behind everything. Big Brother. The literal manifestation of the Captain America shield. Protecting the Earth from fascism. Greece. The land of grapes and toy boys. Wasn't that the USSR? What? Why is it so... Oh my god, it got warm in here. This Oodie was a great idea earlier when it was still cold, but now it's actually like cool, warmed up a bit. I'm glad I wore my thinner Oodie. The Barbie one's still more new, so it's very fluffy. It's actually a lot warmer. Guys who ended the Nazis. Oh, everyone was involved. A lot of, I mean, the Allies were, I mean, the Allies, like a lot of countries were involved in the Allies. I mean, it was really two sides, the Allies and the Axis. And they were, the USSR were kind of more frontline because they were like right there on the border, on like the neighbors of that bullshit. And the Americans kept swooping in heroically, threw all their might behind it. Eventually it all turned around, but some good propaganda back then too. Remember the Nazi guerrillas? Remember the American propaganda with the giant Nazi gorilla like stomping on people? They had some like really fun propaganda back then. I mean, both sides had propaganda, but I think like the Nazis are a bit more cringe with it. Like they had the they were making like movies and stuff with their own like heroic Nazi generals. They made fun of that in that Quentin Tarantino movie, Inglourious Bastards. Nazi propaganda films. With hero Nazis saving the day. It's such a weird concept. In retrospect. I wonder who'll be the first side to launch a missile. When all the shit ends up going down. Like, if Russia and America or America and North Korea come to blows, which side is the most likely to fire the first missile? I feel like it's North Korea. I feel like they maybe take the edge from Russia. Like, the only thing that would hold Putin back is that he likes his subterfuge and his Cold War bullshit. So he might hold back to, you know, play games, but I feel like North Korea is more likely to press a button. You wish West Germany made more effort on cleaning the Nazis? Well, it's history now. We can wish all we want. I just hope that America watches itself currently and doesn't end up the wrong side of history with how things are going lately. They gotta be really careful of who they idolize and who they follow. Some people are leaders and some people are grifters. Grifters can't lead. They pretend to lead. But they're just there to self-aggrandize and line pockets. And they're willing to let everything else burn down as long as they can make off like a bandit. That fat orange motherfucker has already shown his hand in terms of letting everything burn down when he didn't get his way. With all the insurrection shit, so... You know, that same kind of stuff could happen again and even worse. You know what's weird? Assassinations don't happen much anymore, do they? Remember back in the day, like, way, way back in the day, you got people like Abraham Lincoln that can get shot at a movie theater. A theater. And then you got people like Kennedy, who got sniped in a convertible. It's weird that, like, that whole thing doesn't happen anymore. Not that I'm saying it should. It's just like, is it the fact that in modern times, it's a lot easier to safeguard people in power like that to make sure it doesn't happen? Or is it just people are, in the future, are just less crazy? And less likely to, like, go completely nuts and pull the trigger on a politician or someone in power. Because you have to be enough of a nutcase to throw your own life away to do something like that. Because obviously you're going to get counter-sniped or taken down and life in prison. Although it counts as treason, doesn't it? Could you still get the death penalty for something like that? Oh, I'm not talking about third world. Obviously. It's just in first world countries, like, that used to be able to happen. We've had, like, a couple of really big deal examples of it, but not for a very, very long time. And I just feel like, I don't know if it's a cultural change thing or if it's a security change thing. If it's just not possible and they catch people before it happens all the time. Or if there's just less crazies now willing to throw their own life away to take the shot. Happened in Japan. Did he get away with it? Did he make the shot or did they take him down? I feel like if in modern times, if there was any chance of it happening, it would have happened in two different scenarios. It would have either been a super racist redneck MAGA type that would have been so mad that a black man got elected president that he would have taken a shot at Obama, which didn't happen. But that's one situation where I can imagine it happening. Because there are some super racist Americans that probably would super mad about that. And the other scenario I can imagine is the Trump scenario, where, no, I don't follow Japanese politics. Because Trump's such a nutcase and a psychopath and is, constantly railroading democracy and, I could imagine someone getting so riled up about that they might have made an attempt. But I haven't seen any evidence of anyone trying and getting stopped. But those are the only two modern examples of situations where I can see someone trying that and why. I don't think there's anything dramatically hateable about Biden enough for anyone on the MAGA side to make an attempt on his life. Nor can I imagine that happening with Hillary. But in Obama and Trump's case, I can see those two situations being intense enough that someone might be crazy enough to make a move. Shinzo Abe, 2022. No. I don't know anything about Japanese politics. Never looked into it, never been aware of anything that's going on over there. I've never even been to that country. Only two countries I've been to are South Africa and here. Because I was born there and I moved here. And I couldn't even be bothered paying attention to Australian politics, like I said. Most of the time. What time is it? Oh, it's past midnight. Oh, he was prime minister for 3 decades. Oh, so he had a pretty serious run. How do you stay in power for 3 decades? Normally there are restrictions in place. Like in America, you can do 4 years and then you can potentially be elected for another 4 and then you're done. Like it's 4 plus 4. Does Japan just have nothing like that? Like, if you keep getting elected, you can just stay there? Seemingly forever? Until someone loses their shit and assassinates you, apparently? Oh, see, I can imagine that happening in Russia easily. Like, I'm sure so many people in Russia have wanted to take the shot on Putin. Like, for sure. Because that man just stays in power. And I don't believe fairly either. There's no fucking way. Because people fall out of windows and get poisoned all the time that are running against him, or journalists that are writing things that are anti-him. So there's absolutely no way he's fairly stayed in power this whole time. He's just ensuring that he does, because he's a prick. Next stage narcissist. Which is why Trump, who's a wannabe next stage narcissist, is always licking the boot. Multiple assassination attempts in his life? Yeah, for sure. But that's the thing. There are more assassination attempts on and successes on other people's lives that are anti-Putin than there are against Putin. I hope people keep trying, though. If there's one situation where I'm all for it, I will tip my hat to whoever pulls it off. You know, you're probably not going to survive. You're going to get gunned down in the process, but I mean, you've probably done a good thing for the rest of your country for a very, very long time. Although that's probably going to be a clusterfuck for the first couple of years. The power grab. It's probably going to be messy. It's going to get worse before it gets better, basically. But it's probably for the best in the long term. Japan has a serious Christian cult problem. That's unfortunate. America has a serious Christian cult problem. Christianity is a serious cult problem in general. I mean, most of them are, as far as I'm concerned. The family that I was born into in South Africa are Christian. And they were all, my aunts and uncles are all God-fearing. I couldn't be asked with a lot of it. I am so done with all that stuff. As a child, I had to see it happening around me all the time, and it boggled my mind when the adults were laughing at me for believing in Santa Claus, why they still believed in other magic old men in the clouds. Most of the politicians connected with them. That's one thing that should be better about America, is that there's supposed to be a separation of church and state. That is a thing that is supposed to be the way that America runs its politics. And it doesn't always go that way. It's like recently with the whole 10 Commandments or whatever in every class. What was it? Was it the 10 Commandments? There was something in the news recently about forcing something religious into all the classrooms. And every time something like that happens, it's frustrating because there's supposed to be a separation of church and state. In classrooms, education is supposed to be a state thing. Religion is not supposed to force itself into classrooms. If you're a religious family, you could put your kids into specific separate, like Sunday school-like programs that teaches religious stuff if you want. But like state-run, government-funded schooling for everybody should be separate from all that extraneous bullshit that not everyone is about. Don't force things that only a fraction of people are about onto everybody else. It just doesn't make sense. And they're supposed to be about that, but you keep seeing these different examples of it fucking failing in various states in America and just not being able to stay separate. One China dub is banning them? Okay. Cool. My brain is liquid now. I'm just depressed. I'm depressed now, River. Good luck, America. Don't follow cult leaders. I gotta get this off my screen real quick. What a mess. Hey, look, it's Jon Stewart's face. You know what would make me feel better? Jon Stewart's actual take on this whole kerfuffle. I think that would make me feel better about this whole situation. Oh, here, he actually does have a video up about it. And the comments are turned off. Of course they are. Oh, yes, Biscoff. Even better. Good idea. The great equalizer. You know, on the same level that church and state are supposed to be separate in America, how about we institute a new state decree, a new nationwide decree in America? Biscoff for all. If I run for office in America on the platform of Biscoff, do you think I get voted for? Where do I stand on abortion? Biscoff. Women have the right to make whatever decision they want with their body, as long as they eat Biscoff. I will give them a free jar of Biscoff, even. Nom 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 nom. Oh, here we go. This should be fun. And a bit of a palate cleanser.
My name is Jon Stewart. Thank you all so very much for joining us. We are coming to you live.
Was this live for real? Well, it's not right now, but at the time.
We just watched what you watched.
I did just watch it, actually.
Between President Joseph Robinette Biden versus former President Donald Robinette Trump.
Why are they both Robinette?
The first Biden-Trump debate a little over 1 month away, right here on...
Yeah, they were amping this up heaps, despite the fact that it was never going to achieve anything.
The most important week of the presidential campaign.
3 days and counting.
Just 2 days now.
About 30-ish hours.
That stage was so pricey looking. I wonder how much that cost to put together.
The candidates must have been so excited to know that they haven't missed it. You there, boy! What day is today? Why, it's debate day, sir. Prior to the event, what did the political class believe would be the criteria for each candidate to be successful in the debate?
Trump has to show that he's not going to end democracy.
Don't respond in a way that the suburban mothers wouldn't like.
Don't interrupt Joe Biden.
Don't take the bait. Don't look like a bully.
Don't get angry.
Portray normalness.
Normalness. Fail.
Can't you just pretend to be normal for 90 minutes?
You really can't. It's impossible. That is not a human being. It's a creature in a skin suit.
And please don't do your Asian voice.
He did say China quite a lot of times.
Surely the expectations on President Biden will be higher.
He absolutely cannot have a senior moment, a physical or verbal stumble.
Oh, he definitely did all of these.
To stay engaged and to stay awake.
President Biden has to show that he can stand there for an extended period of time.
Wow. Stay alive, basically, is what they're saying. Can he survive 2 hours on a stage, standing upright?
Remain upright. You know, I may be mistaken, but I believe those are the same qualifications needed to be scarecrow. But then it was time for the actual debate, and let's see how it began. Both men came out and, oh, yes, okay.
Oh, they should have started it like a boxing match. They should have come out with lights, fireworks, an entire entourage behind them, slamming music. Red man on the track. Action. Top for some action. Top for some...
What can you do in 2 minutes? I can't even articulate what's wrong with your entire setup to this debate. An ad break to watch a Hulu show is 3 minutes. What can you do in 2 minutes? But all right. Well,
They did plenty in 2 minutes. It didn't end up being that bad.
Biden has to not look old and not have a senior moment. Go.
Eligible for what I've been able to do with the with the COVID. Excuse me, with
Damn.
Look, if
it was an unfortunate moment to be sure. It's like I said, one just had to not be old, the other had to not be a psychopath, and they both failed to accomplish either goal.
Need to call a real estate agent in New Zealand. Okay, a high pressure situation. I'm sure it's not something that repeated throughout the debate, causing Democrats across the country to either jump out of windows or vomit silently into the nearest recycling bin. How did Biden do not talking?
How close the police are to him. Almost every police group in the nation.
He does sometimes do the Crypt Keeper thing. Although that was kind of my face during some of the shit that Trump was saying. I did also pull that face a few times.
Not great. But a lot of people have resting 25th Amendment face.
Resting 25th Amendment face. I can remember that.
I'm not a political expert. But while Biden was preparing at Camp David for a week, did anyone mention he would also be on camera?
Yeah, that's actually a good point. I bet he didn't know that.
This is the first presidential election since the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade.
Oh no, we know where this is going. We were just watching this.
The repeal of Roe v. Wade. That is Trump's weakest issue.
This is when he pulls the accidental immigration woman's death thing. We know where he's going with this.
it's been a terrible thing what you've done.
It's a This is awesome. Done here. TKO. No. Joe, don't say anything else.
Here it comes.
Look, there's so many young women who have been, including a young woman who just was murdered, and he went to the funeral. The idea that she was murdered by an immigrant coming in, they talk about that.
Why? Why did we drive the bus into that wall? I will never know this. We will never know.
Did you just immigration abortion?
Maybe he got sidetracked by the fact that Trump keeps turning everything towards immigration, so he accidentally himself, as an attempt to rebut some of the things he said about it, but he flubbed it.
There have been many young women murdered by the same people he allows to come across our border.
So how do we do this now? Do I take his car back to the White House tonight? I mean, come on. So Biden perhaps not on top of his game. Maybe I will check out this young upstart Donald Trump. Obviously, the election is a binary choice.
Shouldn't be a binary choice.
He doesn't care about our veterans. He doesn't care. He doesn't like the military at all. Probably the worst administration in history.
Yeah.
He is the worst president. I really don't know what he said at the end of that sentence. I don't think he knows what he said either. He challenged me to a golf match.
What the fuck's Biden's face doing right now?
Does not appear to have passed the asshole test.
We had the greatest economy in the history of our country. A lot of credit for the military and no wars and so many other things. Everything was rocking good.
Random stuff out of the ass? Yep. Check.
He allowed millions of people to come in here from prisons, jails, and mental institutions. The only jobs he created are for illegal immigrants. We had the lowest taxes ever. I didn't have sex with a porn star.
A porn character actor at best. I'm not saying she couldn't open a movie, but... Everything that Donald Trump said in that clip is a lie.
Oh, yeah. And obvious, too.
What's RFK Jr. doing tonight? Maybe he's got something. Wait, what's that? I'm sorry. Oh, vaccines. Oh,
Oh. I heard that he held his own live stream in the middle of their debate, answering the same questions. He was watching them being debated and answering the questions himself, basically. You can actually look that up and watch it.
I was recently in France for D-Day, and I spoke all about those heroes that died. I went to the World War II cemetery, World War I cemetery he refused to go to. He was standing with his four-star general, and he told me, he said, I don't want to go in there because they're a bunch of losers and suckers. My son was not a loser, was not a sucker. You're the sucker. You're the loser.
Yeah.
Shit just got real.
Yeah, more of that. That's fun.
First of all, that was a made-up quote.
that's a real quote. That's a quote.
Mm-hmm. I mean, always.
Four-star general standing to your side who was on your staff who said you said it, period. We've done more for veterans than any president has in American history. The only sacred obligation we have as a country is to care for our veterans when they come home and their families and equip them when they go to war.
That is a pretty big weak spot for Trump because of how badly he's talked about veterans. He slandered the... Yeah.
Wait, what? Move on? No, we don't move. Stay on that topic. Not move on, Dot. No, don't go.
This is why I want Jon Stewart to run the debate.
The one thing that we did prove tonight is that the MAGA conspiracy theory about Biden's upcoming debate performance was nonsense.
Yeah, they talked about this shit a lot. It's like they were trying to safeguard themselves against a loss. Like if Trump came off looking worse than Biden and they technically lost the debate, they were trying to pre-prep themselves with this bullshit.
I apologize for how fast I'm talking now. Let me just say, after watching tonight's debate, both of these men should be using performance-enhancing drugs.
That would make for a more interesting debate, at least.
As much of it as they can get, as many times a day as their bodies will allow. Improve their truthfulness, morality, and malignant narcissism.
Well, that's the real problem, isn't it? I think there's a drug that can sort that out. Maybe a cyanide pill? That'll fix the problem.
You know what I'm saying? Oh, he solved the Middle East, but he was doping, so it doesn't count. There's going to be an asterisk next to his presidency. Use some recreational ones right now because this cannot be real life. It just can't.
Damn. He went in on the end of that. I would love to know what was going on in the comments for this video before they had to shut them off. What were people taking issue to exactly? Although I don't even know why I have to ask. It's something political, so obviously... Oh, I saw Obama made some tweets about the debate on... I saw his post on Twitter talking about the difficulty and the pressures of debates as he's experienced it as well. And that his first few debates were actually terrible against... I think it was Romney? And that he was seen as having lost those debates, and they ended up getting much better and winning his presidency ultimately at the end. And then bringing it back around to remember what we're voting on, you know, democracy versus anarchy kind of shit. That's not a direct quote. Didn't he make a statement? I could have sworn... Hang on, let me check the Twitters. I could have sworn there was like a Biden statement. He had some kind of... He did some kind of speech after the debate. Let me see if I can find it. Here's a good comment. Biden started calling Trump fat and they started arguing over who's better at golf. We're so cooked. That definitely happened. It's a little crazy. Why is there... This is why I have to look... When I'm looking for something on Twitter, this is why I have to look at it off screen. I'm literally searching with the search handle just Biden. And some of the posts that come up on Twitter are like literally porn. How is this possible? Dun, da, 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 da. All right, I can't find it. Hang on, Biden speech, maybe? Oh, I think I might have found it. Hang on.
Let me close with this. I know I'm not a young man. State the obvious. Well, I know.
Oh, yeah.
Well,
What are they cheering for?
I don't. Folks, I don't walk as easy as I used to. I don't speak as smoothly as I used to. I don't debate as well as I used to. But I know what I do know. I know how to tell the truth.
Hey, not bad. We're going to follow up
I know.
the disastrous debate issue.
I know right from wrong.
Still got that cold.
And I know how to do this job. I know how to get things done. And I know, like millions of Americans know, when you get knocked down, you get back up.
Wow, he's a little intense right now. Where'd this energy come from?
I know what it took to take our economy from the depths of the pandemic to where it is today, the strongest economy in the world. I know what it'll take to bring this economy to everybody. I know what it'll take to rally the world to stand up against Putin and defend freedom, not yield to him.
Fair.
And I know what it'll take to keep the world safe and free for the years ahead. Folks, I give you my
Why
word.
is Zack
that Biden
Snyder
would not be
trending in
running again if
entertainment
I
right
didn't
now?
believe with
Okay,
all my
wait,
heart
don't
and
take the
soul,
bait.
I can do this job. Because quite frankly, the stakes are too high. The stakes are too high.
See, that's my concern as well. I do also think the stakes are uncomfortably high. For democracy, etc. What's this? An embarrassment moment for Trump. Fox News has to cut away from his speech because he isn't making any coherent sense. Yeah, he's been attacking Fox lately because Fox used to be like one of his bootlickers, but lately they've been, distancing themselves is not the word, but being a bit more logical in their coverage of him. For example, if he is rambling on and getting crazy during like a random rally speech, they will just like cut away and go to something else and try to like avoid the issue, which is a way of kind of being in the middle. Like they're not going to call him out for it, but they're going to cut away and act like it's not happening. You know, like, oh, he's being crazy. Well, let's just, aim the camera over here and talk about some other issue and pretend that wasn't happening, which is, kind of cowardly because they're not supporting him, but they're not calling him out either. They're trying to have their cake and eat it too. And I think Trump himself sees through that. The fact that they would even cut away from him at all is pissing him off, which is why he's been turning on them. Which is funny because he calls them out for being like anti-Republican and shit like that when they're like the most conservative fucking station. They're like complete propagandists. So to hear him call them the opposite is just bizarre. All right, man. I'm shocked by how much time this took up tonight. Looking into all this stuff. I thought I could just jump in, see what the fuss was all about, and then bail. But I ended up on this for like most of the night. I don't want to fucking end the stream on such a sour note. That's sad. You know what? How about this? Let me run a movie trailer. Let's do one more movie trailer so we can end the stream not talking about politics, which is very abnormal for me to talk about it that much. It just has been kind of fascinating lately. Here we go. The one I was not looking forward to looking at earlier, but now all of a sudden it looks it looks a lot more preferable to what we were looking at before. Red One. The Dwayne Johnson and Chris Evans action movie. Action comedy by Amazon MGM Studios. Yay, cool. After Santa Claus, codenamed Red One, is kidnapped, the North Pole's head of security must team up with the world's most infamous bounty hunter on a globe-trotting, action-packed mission to save Christmas. Oh my god. Okay. That's kind of ridiculous. Sure. And I'm not going to talk about this. I'll talk about this afterwards, but this is very similar to an idea I had for a movie that I've talked about before. I'll just watch this first.
$497, $498, $499, $500.
Is that Santa Claus? Holy shit. J.K. Simmons is Santa Claus. And he can bench 500.
Red One is gonna move.
He's kind of a badass.
What are you so excited about? Of course, your boyfriend's here. Okay.
I like Dwayne's jacket.
Who's with Red?
I want that jacket.
Reach! Someone took Nick. We're gonna find him.
I'm bringing in Jack
Why is Chris Evans
He's
here?
probably the best tracker in the world.
The guy's a legend.
He steals candy from babies. That's his. That's his character introduction.
Last night, Red One, also known as St. Nicholas of Myra, was abducted from the North Pole complex.
Are you saying Santa Claus?
The writing here is a bit paper
been
thin,
kidnapped?
but
Garcia?
okay, whatever. If it's fun.
What the hell? You can't trust this guy. He's on the list.
You don't mean
that list.
Chris Evans has a cool jacket too.
Are you telling me this clown is a level 4 naughty lister?
A level 4.
Who's voicing the polar bear?
lister? Oh, is that funny to you?
You're gonna help us find Nick.
Random Lucy Liu.
Come on, let's go.
Grab a car.
For what?
You don't have a Wonder Woman action figure, do you?
It's not how it works. Come on.
Why does Santa Claus's head of security have the ability to turn toys into real things? That's random.
Who's that?
Krampus.
What are they doing?
They're playing crayfish flop.
Oh, Krampus monsters play that slapping competition shit that you see on TV. Just randomly.
We need to prepare for the
Man, I want his
possibility of
jacket so
no
bad.
There's worse ways to go out than trying to save Santa Claus.
Is that meant to be like the Krampus, or are there just many Krampuses? There's many snowmen. In the tropics, no less. How are they not melting? That's pretty cool.
That was
But still, how are they not melting?
so disturbing.
They're like literally on a beach.
Interesting.
My turn!
He's a dead man.
Is my face still there?
Yeah, you look good.
Okay, what? Is this Marvel? I mean, every movie looks like Marvel now, don't they? Every big budget, like tentpole blockbuster expensive movie, anyway. Well, that was cute, I guess. I don't know. I have a like I said this before earlier tonight when I saw that this trailer was out and I didn't want to watch it. I have a bad attitude towards this movie because of all the articles I read about it and Dwayne Johnson's behavior on set. Like, we've talked about this on another stream, but apparently he was quite the diva and quite the arsehole on the set of this movie. To the point where, like, I think it was a rumor that, like, he was late by hours every day and cost them so much money, and at one point he pissed in some bottles and left them on set or something. Watch the new season of The Boys? No. I never started The Boys. I was worried when the first season came out because I was a fan of the books. I really enjoyed them when I was younger, and I have them on the shelf actually. And I didn't want to give the show you know, like when you know the book really well of something, and then you can't give the show or the movie the benefit of the doubt because you know the original too good. You read the books and they were awful. Yeah, everyone says that, but when I was younger and I first read them, like, I was really into them. Not that they're good. I'm not going to disagree with you that they're like good or bad books. I just remember like really, really enjoying them when I first read them when I was like a teenager, which is why I've still got them on the shelf today. I haven't read them since. I just have them in my collection, but I prefer not to go back and reread them because it might ruin my nostalgia for it. Like, as someone that's older now, I might read it and go, oh, this is pretty trashy. It's a bunch of bullshit. But when the show was first coming out, I was worried about watching it because I was like, I don't like it when you like the original books of something so much to begin with, that when a movie or TV series comes out that's meant to be legitimately good, and then you can't actually enjoy it because all you can think about is the ways that it's different from the books that you already love. That happens a lot. None of the things are the same. Yeah, I've kept an eye on how that franchise has gone. Like, I've watched the trailers for the different seasons, and I can see how different it is. Like, I know so much about the book that every time I see stuff about the show, I can see tons of things that are different. I mean, the Deep's character in himself is heaps different from the book. The Deep isn't even that much of a character in the book. Like, he's very background. He has the helmet and everything, the diver's helmet. And he's like he's the only one of the 7, I think, that survives the end of those books. He's the only one left alive. Because, like, he barely does fuck all in that story. And I know that the plot twist to do with Black Noir in the books is not going to happen in the TV show, because I've already seen what happens with Black Noir. I've kept up with it through Twitter and stuff and YouTube clips and things. I know enough about what's going on to see that the Black Noir is totally different. Because the plot twist of Black Noir in the books is very, very specific. And it happens right at the end. And it doesn't look like it's possible for that to happen now, after what I've seen. Because they've just changed it totally. Herogasm was totally different. I remember Herogasm very, very specifically, and it looks like the TV show version wasn't really as extravagant as the books did it, which was a bit of a disappointment. It was just in someone's house in the TV show, whereas it was a much bigger thing in the books, but that's fine, whatever. But yeah, it's happened to me before. Like, for example, Scott Pilgrim. I like the Scott Pilgrim movie. Like, I think it's well done. But I've read the Scott Pilgrim books, like, even before the movie came out. So I did struggle a little bit because all the ways that the movie is different from the books and the stuff they had to leave out, it was kind of hurting me a bit. Like, I couldn't stop thinking about what was missing or how it could have been better if it was done more like the books while I was watching the movie. And that made me feel bad because I was like, this is a legitimately good attempt at making just a 2-hour one-off movie out of all of this stuff crammed together into a shorter version. Edgar Wright did a very good job, but it's still difficult when you know everything that could have been in there because you know the books back to front. So I struggled to enjoy the movie on those terms. And since then, I've come around more on it, and I legitimately like the movie a lot because I think he did a good job. But you know what I mean? Like, Lord of the Rings is probably the one franchise that did the best in terms of turning the books into movies. Very few people complain about anything that's been left out or done different from the books in the movie. Like, the movies are just that good. But that's very rare. Most adaptions and translations, there's going to be some level of it not being as good because they had to make it smaller and remove things and make it simpler or change stuff to just make it work in a way that's going to annoy or frustrate fans of the original material. And it's difficult. Me as someone who's studied filmmaking and has made short films and stuff, I would hate to have to make a film or a TV show out of an established property because I would be fucking scared to death of butchering it because it is so hard to do it justice. And if people that are fans of the material got upset that I wasn't doing a good job, I would take that quite personally. I would be upset. Like, I would never make another film again. Like, I would really hold it against myself. You know, I mean, that's the only reason. I would like to catch up on The Boys someday. I need to go back to season 1 and actually do the whole series. Maybe I can make a fucking YouTube thing out of it one day. Do like a full like reaction series of watching the whole Boys or something, I don't know. Cuz it's probably unfortunate that I'm missing out. As someone who liked the books even though they were shit, like I probably would be liking the TV show even more. But I just haven't given it the chance yet. But I'm glad it's doing well for itself. You're waiting for Severance Season 2? What's Vought International? What did you mean by that? Is that a thing? Oh, it's a channel.
Why would
Oh, shut up. Oh, do they do little clips and shorts, do they? Oh, that's really cute. I guess they film this in between, like, while doing the episodes. They probably have, like, a second unit crew that, like, snaps these off. In-universe news channel. It's pretty funny. I probably will look at this more at some point. Not tonight, because I got to wrap it up. It's now 1:30 a.m. and I haven't had dinner yet. But this is pretty funny. This is cool. I'll subscribe to it so I don't forget. I'll keep it in my watch list. Maybe I should hang on to this until I actually start watching the show, so I don't actually spoil anything too much. Because there's a kid that's meant to be playing Homelander's kid there. Firecracker, I've heard stuff about her on Twitter. Yeah, I feel like there might be some slight spoilers because these little in-universe snippets will be keeping up with the story. Not really spoilers. No, not really, but like watching these randomly, you're going to see what characters show up and what characters disappear. You know what I mean? Like whatever the status quo is in season 4 is going to color what characters are doing what kind of like little news segments on this channel. So you're going to be able to like pre-figure things out in terms of what characters are gone and what characters are still alive. And, you know, there's little things you'll be able to pick out. So when you actually watch the show, you're going to accidentally have things spoiled that you're going to be able to figure out in advance, potentially. But like, I do want to look at all this. This looks cool. I might hang on to it for now, though. I need to figure out when I'm going to actually watch The Boys. I heard people talk up Severance a lot as well. Like, I've never heard anyone say anything bad about Severance. Everyone talks that series up. What's the Red Thunder stuff? What's the Red Thunder stuff? Hang on, let me see if I can spot it. I love how The Deep has his own fucking series of commercials. Just him. Hang on. Red Thunder scene, Soldier Boy PSA. What do they mean by scene? It's not a scene from the show, is it? Wow, they get a lot of views on this channel. 1.7 million, 2.4 million, 14 million views. Holy shit. They're popping off. They're making money through their YouTube channel. Like, hard. And it's probably easy to make these too, because they got the sets and the costumes and the actors right there. They're just taking a couple extra minutes to like pump out one of these. In-universe movies? Oh, like it's a fake scene from the Red Thunder movie starring Soldier Boy in-universe. Got it. This film portrays Soldier Boy as a hero of the American people. Through his time spent in Russian captivity, radicalized him to a point where he took the life of Voight's bravest lesbian, Queen Maeve. That should not dissuade us from remembering his time as a defender of democracy and freedom. Rather than remove this content, we want to acknowledge its harmful impact so that we may all learn the lessons of history together. Viewer discretion is advised. See, there's a spoiler. Now I know that in season 3 of The Boys, Soldier Boy, having come back in that season, I know what happens to him and what he does to Queen Maeve, etc. There'll be spoilers hidden in all this stuff.
The famous American hero, Soldier Boy. You don't seem like much of a hero to me.
Is that Sacha Baron Cohen?
You wouldn't know a hero if they walked in here and blasted you in the face.
My name is Colonel Yuri Vasilievich Kazimov, commander
It's not
of
Sacha
Soviet
Baron Cohen.
forces in this sector. Where will the American weapons be delivered?
But this is exactly how
To the
Sacha Baron
Afghan
Cohen would play
rebels?
this character.
I don't know what you're talking about, Chief. I'm just in town to buy some rugs.
Do not test my patience. I know why
The
you
old
are
school
here.
filmmaking is great.
Because we have your Western whore girlfriend, Crimson Countess.
Look how old school the quality of the video footage is.
With all your plans.
Bullshit.
He looks so much like Captain America in this scene.
You son of a bitch. If you hurt a hair on either of their heads, I'll kill every last one of you commie bastards.
One man against the entire Soviet army. Who do you think you are? God?
No. God would have mercy. I won't.
Oh, his pupils are really dilating just there.
Your friends are in the village of Mirabat, where I have just ordered an airstrike.
There are no rebels in Mirabat. Only civilians.
Then you had better tell me where the weapons are, or Dasadania to the villagers and your friends.
He's so evil.
The Kremlin speak of peace and disarmament. Yet here you are attacking innocent people. So much for Soviet honor.
And what about you Americans? Nothing but arrogant cowboys. You cannot stop the inevitable.
These people would rather die than be Soviet slaves.
It's not even in the show? Oh, I assume so. I assume most of the stuff on this channel was made for the channel. Like you were saying, like Vought International's own in-universe YouTube channel. I get the concept. It's clever. And people seem to love it because they're getting like 40 million views in some of these videos.
It's too late. Afghanistan is ours.
Wrong. It's free. And I'll stand by our Mujahideen brothers until the end.
Jesus Christ.
You know what else I'll do?
What?
I'll distract you.
The Wilhelm scream. Whoa, that's a little bit too much gore for a movie made during the era that this is aping.
Come on, hurry up. We gotta get to the airfield.
There were film standards and ratings back then that would prevent that level of gore. Just saying. Oh, that's fun. I was wondering if they were going to go there, like do the usual boys level of gore in that clip, which wouldn't have been terribly realistic for the time period that that movie's meant to have been made in. But they mostly avoided it. That wasn't as gory as The Boys normally goes. But it was still more gory than it would have been for that time period, for sure. Ah, okay. I better take off and go make some very, very late dinner. Or just maybe some tea. I don't know. Yeah. What a weird night this has been. More political than usual. Good to see you, River. And also goodbye to whoever is still lurking in the bushes. If Jeannie's still back there somewhere. She was here a little earlier. Jay might still be drifting around there somewhere too. Who knows? Fallen asleep on his couch. Or face down on his computer desk. However he watches this stuff. I think most people look at Twitch on their phones nowadays, which I find strange. I've never done that. I always use a computer for everything. I'm not sure Twitch on a phone would be very convenient. Everything would be so tiny. But whatever. That's conversation for another day. I have to go figure out my streaming schedule for next week as well. What the next few games I'm playing are. I'll probably work that out tonight, and then I'll be back on like Tuesday. All right. Good night.